that will then go into a study session, so a long day, but I am calling it to order and looking for a motion to establish the agenda.
Motion to establish the agenda.
Seconded.
All in favor, students?
Aye.
And board?
Aye.
Was Leslie Bullock's able to join us? No. Okay, so that passes, 1040. And moving on to board policy 1005, board officer and board member duties, reorg of the board.
All right, so now this is last meeting, you approved your new legislative position on the board. So you'll have a senior rep and a junior rep. Right now, Director Lee is the senior rep. Under the new policy, Director Lee will serve between now and then next June, and that will end her term. But you now need to elect another person who will be the junior rep to serve for 2 years. And so just go on through like you normally do with taking nominations, and then we'll do roll call votes.
Sounds good. Looking for any nominations for the junior ledge rep.
I nominate Christina Martinez.
Seconded.
Any other nominations? All right, hearing none, we do a
Roll call.
roll call vote, thank you. So the motion is to nominate Christina Martinez as our junior lunch rep. We have to come up with that name.
Okay.
No, but I mean, I don't know, but all in favor, we do roll call, so I'll call on you, Ava.
Yes.
And Christina.
Yeah.
Maggie Ty.
Yes.
Jody? Yes. There, and I vote yes. And so that is a 1040 vote in favor. Christina Martinez is our new associate ledge rep. There we go. All right, congratulations. Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing how this can assist and impact our advocacy. Look, next up we have, oh wait. Oh no. Do you want to do the recognition then?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So next up we have recognition for a new administrative employee.
All right, we're gonna have 2 of these this morning, but I want to start off with Joby McGowan. And Joby, if you want to come on up here. So Joby McGowan is on your personnel report today to be officially approved as the next principal of Highland Park Elementary. Joby and I have had an opportunity to work together since my very first year in the district. We had 4 years together down at Lake Ridge, where he was a kindergarten teacher. Before that, he was at West Mercer, and then most recently, he's been at Highland Park as the coach. He moved out of the classroom 2 years ago when Mr. Woolmuth actually arrived, and he and Mr. Woolmuth worked side by side. And Joby's had his admin credential actually prior to even getting to Lake Ridge. He had earned that and kind of held it. And we talked off and on, even when he was a teacher, about, when it would happen. And he had other things he wanted to accomplish and wasn't sure. And then I think the coaching role really put him into a great position. And there were some great candidates in there, some other sitting principals, but I think some of the highest praise that he received was from Mr. Woolmuth himself, who said Joby's absolutely the right person to be leading this building next. The foundation that has been put into place and then accelerated by John, and then where Joby is. So I'm just thrilled that Joby's going to join the leadership team as a principal, and that we're going to be able to keep him in our school district. And so I want to turn it over to you, Mr. McGowan, to say a few things, but just super excited to have you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for the invitation to come and have a chat this morning. What was I gonna say? Oh, I'm looking forward to continuing on Island Park in a slightly different capacity than I have for the last 2 years as the instructional coach. And I have fallen in love with our school, and mostly because of the kids. They're just pretty exciting. a great personality and just kind of brings some warmth and purpose to life every day. And that coupled with our pretty great staff and our family community who have really paired together to create not only a rigorous experience, but kind of this enriching opportunity for your kids to excel in school is exciting. And I have every intention of continuing the culture and climate that John Wallman has spearheaded for our school. And lastly, I look forward to going back to see you again soon as we share our school improvement plan to after we've looked at the fall data to decide what areas we want to focus on and put our energy and attention to and keep our eyes on continuous school improvement. And that's it. I think Island Park is kind of the best kept secret in the district. I didn't know that until I got there. Yeah, thank you.
Those of us who are in,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for
Welcome.
being here.
Well, for the new job, yeah.
I'm back to work.
Yeah. All right, next up, we have our open public hearing on the 2024-25 budget. Public is invited to appear during the open public hearing on the budget portion of the meeting to offer comments for or against any part of the district's proposed budget, including the four-year budget plan or any proposed changes to uses of enrichment funding. The proposed budget is available to view below and will be meeting on the agenda and will be provided to any person at the district administration office upon request.
Then you just say I hereby open the meeting, or I open the hearing.
I hereby open the hearing. Do we have anyone who would like to provide input? Seeing none in person and double checking the Zoom, does not look like there is anyone, so without objection, I will close the public hearing on the 24-25 budget. Not an unusual circumstance. Alrighty, moving on. To 3A partial governance process monitoring board policy 1800 OE6, budgeting financial planning resolution 730 to approve the 24-25 budget. This is a second reading. How about we do a motion and then we can do any discussion, see if there's any changes. So looking for a motion to approve the budget.
Second.
Any discussion? Director Martinez, I know you had some concerns with just some of the language and referencing things. Were those addressed?
Yeah, so I think that the new version, it does include, like in the resolution, includes now the title, which I think is very helpful for me when I open a document, and I guess that in the future will be easier for anybody, but also, there's some changes related to the capital and how it's addressed, so I went through it. And both changes were addressed.
Great.
May I take those
Please.
changes? So from the previous resolution to this one, we have a couple of reductions. This is in regard to our conversation around whether the bond would pass or wouldn't pass. In turn, I mentioned I would seek outside counsel. I spoke with our friends at Foster Garvey, and their counsel was to remove the 10 million or so dollars that we had placed in the capital fund for next year in anticipation of a bond passing. To them, they said it was a conservative recommendation. That is to say that the state law doesn't dictate whether you can or can't. Hence, they recommended to remove that. And so I worked with them for over a decade and trust their counsel. So we pulled that out of the capital fund. And in turn, we removed a little over 200,000 from the debt service fund because that is kind of our mortgage payment fund, if you will. Because if a bond then doesn't pass, they aren't collecting taxes, hence they're not removing payment for that bond. So that's a reduction in those two categories there.
Okay. Is that what you're comfortable with?
Yeah, I am. They're on point if and when, hopefully we do pass a bond in the spring, we can do a budget extension if absolutely needed. Their point of clarity was, we pass a bond in April, it will be 30 days before it's sold and we get money in the bank, hence end of May. Hence, if we are going to spend money, it would be in June or July, and at that point, we're almost into the next budget year. And we could easily pull, charge to the capital fund and then reimburse ourselves come September 1. So there's an option there, or we could do a budget extension as quickly as humanly possible, but it doesn't give us much turnaround time. So
I think if we would have been running a February bond, which we've typically done, or November, I would have probably pushed back on the Foster Garvey's thing, and I think you would have
I would
too.
have also, and they did mention that if we did it earlier in the year, like say a November bond or a February bond, they would have recommended to keep it in there.
Great, okay, so it's a timing issue.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Any,
Oh, that's reasonable and covers any possible issues we might have with that, so thank you. for doing this work.
and what, was it timing that that we were focusing on April rather than February?
Yes, in order to get, today's meeting here, when we start this, or at the, when we start the study session, you're gonna get a full download of what both Methuen and Malem have been up to with our community. And then in order for them to do the work they need to, bring it back to you in August, then do fine tuning to do all the pricing and then whatnot to get it onto that February ballot, I think would just be pushing too quickly, and we want to make sure you get it right. So
But our numbers with, I don't know the exact formula, but in terms of how many people we need to vote, there's not a negative impact from February to make it.
yeah,
I'm trying to say.
in talking to Piper Sandler, our other partners, the February. So there's always an interesting debate as to whether or not you run one in a November election. And especially in a presidential year. And so districts tend to wait until the February and April, and other public entities, just because it's less of a crowded ballot. Then between February and April, the reason why a lot of the districts will run something in February is you really do want to run your levies then. Because if for some reason it doesn't pass, it gives you April to still pass it. A bond, if you don't pass a bond, it takes longer time to really recoup and come up with a new strategy. So the one that everyone is most skeptical of is the August election, just because a large percentage of your base is typically traveling, your school-aged families. And so that's the one where you see the least amount of action on the ballots for that. Do you want to add to that based on your experience
Yeah,
on
there's
the
also-
municipality side?
There's also the issue of speaking of King County on a regular basis, can they ramp up fast enough to collect the taxes if said bond or levy is approved? So they never recommend in August. Piper Sandler said the opposite, that it's okay, but there's an issue there that King County kind of balks at.
Any other questions, concerns about budget?
I just want to add, just extend to Jackie and Kay, Matt, our HR team, everyone who, has their hands in this and getting it done here in June. I think that the time frame may not always be able to happen then, but that will be our target going forward, just as we did last year. It just takes a lot of stress and pressure off of August and allows us to actually focus on the year rather than trying to get you back from the summer, re-engage about the budget, which is a really important document that sets the tone for the year. So thank you to the finance and HR teams and school teams and everyone getting their budget. So thank you very much.
Can I ask a question actually related to that, which is it helpful in the like the bargaining process to have the budget?
Yeah,
set
it
as well?
is helpful, in that just having firmer numbers and knowing where we are, but in order to do the budget, there's a lot of things that we also have to do, so that information is also helpful.
Yeah.
And I think if we're able to bargain and our budget is always better if we know in advance, so we're able to settle bargains ahead of that too, that can help budget. That's always the unknown variable, is we don't know actually what our salaries are gonna be next year. Or a large percentage of our staff, and given that our staff is such a huge percentage of our costs, that can make budgeting challenging.
We can all, I mean, from a building perspective or department perspective, it also allows the finance team now to get what will now be the 24-25 budgets out to the schools and departments so they can start spending in the next year. And then we can start closing out this year, a little easier. And so, I think it's just from the budget team, they can do the magic behind it, but it's hard for schools to really get their heads around spending in this year versus next year. And just knowing where they are, I think that I've had feedback on that, but that's very helpful.
That's great. Thank you.
And I just want to point out, yeah, I mean, I agree on the thank yous. I think, we had a robust discussion on, some of the different ways that things can be done. It's not an exact science. It's a lot of it is, kind of preference. And as we have people who are more conservative and less conservative in terms of the budget, finding that right balance for us is really important. And we achieve that through different opinions and discussion. So it does, extend the process and create more work, but I think we're better off for it. So thank you for all of your research into the concerns. I do want to point out with that 4-year budget, the estimated fund balance, looks like we're on our road to full recovery of the fund balance within the next couple of, 3-4 years, assuming we're on track, if we're able to get, some of our expenses actually covered, like we're going to be advocating for. I know that will help that, so that we're not taking insurance payments from our students' education, rather. Just a cool pitch there, but anyways, I think these estimates and they look really good, and looking forward to achieving those goals in a way that doesn't impact our students in a negative way. So that being said, unless anyone has anything else, the motion is to approve the budget, and all in favor indicate by saying aye. Student?
Aye.
And board?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? So it's a 1040 approval. The 24-25 budget is approved. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to B. Board Policy 1800 OE6, budgeting, financial planning, update on 23-24 financial dashboard, and May 24 budget status report. Director Sullivan.
So provided to you is the budget status report through May, and of course, the financial dashboard. We were through roughly 75% of our fiscal year, or 9 to 12 months through the month of May. Our expenditure is about 76.8% and 75% of the year. A little higher than the 75% of our, our annual month-to-month measure. But that's typical with regard to a school district, as we see a lot of our finances compacted in the 10 months where school is in session. We did see April and May decrease, which was interesting despite the overall increase. Support and community services decreased month over month, mainly because we had a large, our insurance payment came out in April, and that's about $500,000. So you see that drop coming into May. And then also special services, we had a large one-time payment for an out-of-state student that was paid in April, and then obviously reduction in May. On the revenue side, about 73.4% to 75% of the year, obviously less than 75% because we see our large taxes come in October, in this case, April. And then the state does the wonderful thing of May and then June, reducing apportionment to 5% from the typical 9%. But then when their year starts in July and August, we see a real increase, 12.5% in July and 10% in August in regard to apportionment. So you have this, as noted in the financial dashboard, you have that EKG type of look to how our finances roll. And this is kind of the start of the second kind of a little dip in our revenue thanks to the state. But otherwise, everything looks pretty good, pretty solid. We're on track. And as we like to watch, Assistant Director Garcia Faber, Director Adams and myself, what comes in July and August makes our fund balance. That's that apportionment is mentioned. Also, we see transportation coming in, depreciation. We also see in the next few days, we should know safety net.
Yeah.
And that should be upwards of hopefully $2.5 million.
Any questions, concern, praise?
So, I'll just raise. I love this format. It's great, like to have it kind of all at a glance, but as a 50-something-year-old person, it is hard to look at. I wonder whether. I don't know, I'm always like zooming in, like I'm sitting here looking at it on here and zooming in, and I'm just wondering whether. It might make sense to like. Pull the graphs out to like a second page, like I get the value of seeing it all
Yeah.
together, but I don't know, is anyone else having that issue, or is it just me?
I think I like the graphs and.
Yeah.
You like
Yeah,
Like especially on the computer.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, never mind,
Yeah,
I'll
just
just sit here with my like, you know.
I do zoom it in, so, and I like having the computer here to do so.
Well, that's why we're forward and just to making time shows. Thank you for the.
Well, I like that, yeah, too. Okay. It is little. Yeah, we affirm your concern.
I'm gonna have like this jeweler's glass or like a
Yes.
surgical glass.
Well, I said, the graphs can be all at the bottom and then you can do it a little bit bigger.
No, because if they're all at the bottom, then they
Then
have to
maybe
be
they'll-
No, then they would be
smaller,
smaller,
actually.
yeah.
No,
It's fine.
just look at how it is. Thanks.
Okay. Is that an action?
Yes.
No, not that one. Okay, thank you so much. Moving on. Board policy 1005, board officer and board member duties, legislative priorities, Director Lee.
Yeah.
And Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez, yeah, come on, Christina, make me like do this.
Yeah, not junior still.
Just a baby. This is the legislative priorities that we talked about at our last meeting and just gone through and basically sort of pulled together and summarized our legislative priorities. So we've already seen this at the last meeting and tried to add some more information like numbers to back up our talking points when we talk to the community or our leaders about it.
And the numbers are great. It's what hooks people in.
Yeah.
In terms of, yeah. It means something. Any questions, concerns, suggestions?
I appreciate the nuance of this, so I think it's like pretty comprehensive.
Agreed.
We'll, let's see, September, we should, well, in August, we'll start hearing from WASDA about the legislative, planks and platforms that have been submitted, and then, Director Leah Martinez will sit down and bring it back to the board on terms of, when they go to the legislative assembly, what are they gonna take forward, but I just, really think that being out ahead of it like this is very helpful. Even when I'm talking to WASA, I was talking to Dan Steele, who heads up the legislative arm of WASA this week, and, being able to talk to him about, where we are with ours, and, we're way ahead of a lot of boards right now. And then as we go into the summer to meet with Senator Wellman and Representatives Ty and Sen, just having this together, it'll help our PTAs as they're thinking about the legislative piece. So I think it's some great work that you all have done.
Yes, I agree. Thank you for the hard work in pulling together the numbers. And I mean, really just looking the risk pool insurance, just, it's easy to say it's increased, but to show these numbers and the impact that it has with our fund balance and, all that that's exactly where it's coming from, right? Nobody wants to pass a levy to pay for insurance. So it really does. Yeah. Any action? So we want to approve this? Is that, Okay, so looking for a motion to approve our legislative priorities, understanding that it is a working document and can be modified.
I move that we approve this, set of this legislative priorities working document.
And I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor of approving our legislative priorities working document, indicate by saying aye. Student
I,
and board. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? So it's a 1040. Moving on to board policy 1002, board job description, adoption of board policy 1225. School director legislative program. This is a first reading.
So Director Lee's been hard at work, taking a look at this legislative or this new policy, which codifies and kind of clarifies for future legislative representatives to the board of exactly, you know, what does the job entail, and then folding into this new format that you have with two people. So I'll turn it over to Director Lee on that, but just adding clarity to you as a board.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out Michelle Mueller. She was just so much work on that, and it was really super helpful and frankly carried it. So this basically is what we talked about at our last meeting, where we're just sort of with the election of 2 legislative reps and moving it to June and the cycling on and off. So that is all in here. And then it basically lays out more clearly the responsibilities of the legislative rep. So if someone were to come in cold, they could sort of pick up the mantle and figure out what they're doing from that point on. Especially if they were not able to consult with their immediately previous legislative rep to figure out their concerns or their area of responsibility. I'm not gonna tell Christina, she can just read the law.
I think it's great. I think it's super clear. I have one like, nitpicky little change to suggest. Somewhere it says, hang on. It says something about like, that our opinions may not like, or like be the same as WASDA's. What is that? Sorry. I need to start reading my class.
Do you mean in C, under board legislative activities, the board, and then it's shall discuss and identify the district's legislative priorities each year, which may or may not be
Yes,
consistent with.
Thank you. It should say with WASDA's, should just apostrophe S. Is that, could that just be considered a grammatical change? Because otherwise, like, we're not, it's not whether or not we're consistent with WASDA, the organization, it's whether or not we're consistent with WASDA's legislative priorities.
I mean,
Is it the grammar that way then?
if we added an apostrophe S, we'd have to add legislative priorities.
No, it's like saying, you know, I'm going
You
to
could say
get
that-
I'm gonna go buy lunch and I'll pick up yours.
We could
That's
say,
not an apostrophe.
we could say may not be consistent with those of WASDA.
I'm gonna go pick up lunch and I'm gonna pick up Deb's.
With those of WASDA.
Oh, yeah, sure, with those of WASDA. Sorry, what did you say, Jody?
That's what
With
she
those
said.
of-
Yeah,
I just said it.
Yeah, that's right. She did the thing in typing where you're saying, what a good idea, Deb.
yeah,
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I just wanna make it super, it's just like a.
That's clear. I mean, it's,
Of all the things for you to read so closely 95.
Yes,
Please.
but everything else is
great. Did someone catch that?
all right, Michelle, okay, great.
Shall we place it for second reading on the consent agenda?
Just click on the consent agenda, no? There's not a lot of.
That, or you can approve today if you wanted to.
Pursuant to 90 days major adjustment.
Yeah. You might have to think about that. I move we approve it today. I move that we approve this, school director legislative program.
Any discussion? Further discussion? All in favor of approving board policy 1225 with the slight modified change? Indicate by saying aye. Students. And board. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? 1040. All right, moving on to board policy 1800 OE9, right? E. Communication support to the board, approval of 2024 WASDA bylaw edition proposal.
Yeah, so we participate in a few different interlocals with, or contracts with the Puget Sound Educational Service District. This particular, cooperative is really about being able to access resources, support, and networking with the PSESD regarding school safety. There are,
E.
sorry, I'm on the wrong one.
Yes, the student, this is the WASDA.
Thank you, the bylaw, thank you. Moving right along. Ava,
Catch up here.
we kick this over to you just to kind of take a look at. It really has to do with the work that you and Lucy will be doing in future student reps. So I want to give you a chance to kind of comment on this. Largely, this isn't about you changing anything for our school board, but rather giving WASDA the opportunity to make changes to their bylaws. So Ava, you want to talk about any of these components?
I mean, like at the last like WASDA conference, we definitely, like, we saw all the student reps and it was nice to be part of that network. So I think having this more formally be in our policy is really great. Especially because I feel like in past years, not to diss Asha, but I feel like there hasn't been as much involvement. It's just not like much of a habit for our reps to be like, go to every single meeting. Like we have gone to a few, but I think having this more like outline will be good to like increase involvement of like the Mercer Island reps in like these kinds of student rep networks. So I think it's really good.
Sounds like your task for this year, or when. Any questions, concerns, comments?
I think it's a great opportunity for students to be part of, this, have some leadership and. Absolutely, and for what the peer voices of the students, which also is a great opportunity, so.
Looking for a motion to approve, the 2024 WASDA bylaw edition proposal. And this means that we're proposing, or we're extending our support to the bylaw, and then it will be voted at the legislative assembly.
I don't know if it will go to the legislative assembly. That wasn't clear to me exactly. I don't know if this might just go to the board, to the WASDA board,
Okay.
and then they will take action. I wasn't quite sure on.
Usually bylaw go to that, but
It might be.
basically it's an endorsement
It
of
is.
support to the WASDA board
Yeah.
or whoever's voting on it, that this is something that we approve. So looking for a motion for that.
So we'll.
Second. All in favor, indicate by saying aye, student and board. Aye. Any opposed? Or abstained, so 1040. And moving on now to renewal PSESD Comprehensive School Safety Cooperative.
All right, you've all caught up to me. This, as I said, it is really about access to support. As you know, there are different trainings that they hold. And while they're open to all districts, you know, we have, oftentimes they're either free of charge to us because we're part of the cooperative or a nominal fee. We can also get training out here on site rather than having to send people to the PSESD for different components. So it's a little bit like an insurance piece because I think we have a lot of great safety measures in place, thanks to Director Kuhn and our teams for putting that. But knowing that we have the support of the PSESD just by a phone call away. We also have our threat assessment, which isn't exactly the same document, but is tied to it. And so just having a regional support is always a nice thing. So this isn't new for us. It is really bringing it back to you. It has to be done annually. but rather than putting it on consent agenda, we thought we would just take a moment to answer any questions on it, or at least highlight it for our community and you as a school board when you get questions about school safety. This is one of the other things that we do behind the scenes to try to continue to keep our community and our schools safe. So happy to answer any questions.
We talked about this about reviewing, Fred, so. Is there anything?
I'm not just staring blankly, I'm just.
No. You don't have to have any questions, but is there anything that you discussed at the meeting that would be beneficial for us all to?
I guess I've mentioned this before when parents have been concerned about safety issues, that this is one of the resources we have available to us. It would be helpful, I think, to know like what type, how we've used it, if that makes sense, without like, you know, giving away any personal information about a student, but it's sort of like, and it doesn't have to be right now, but just like in general, I think it would be helpful for the community to also know like, oh, you know, we've been able to get advice on how to handle X, or we learned about this new technique for doing Y, or whatever, might just be helpful to hear.
Can you think of anything off? Hannah, you've gone down a couple times. I don't think we did any this year in particular, but we've done some in the past where we've gone down the ESD on some of
We've
those.
got one coming up on reunification. You know, it's kind of a Heinz 57, and it's more of getting everyone in the same room, kind of sharing what your trainings are and what your practices are. And we've had trade assessment, so not last year, but the year before, we spent 2 days on that. So it's kind of the Heinz 57 of what they, you know, and they are also very open to great suggestions. If I were to call down and say, hey, it would really be helpful if we had something, they would, you know,
That's good to know.
put something else like that.
What's reunification?
So if we do have an event, say at Islander Middle School, and we had to dismiss the students and we wanted to get them off the site, depending on what the event was, we could then go to a different location, either on the island or off island, at one of our off island sites, then we would reunify the students with their parents.
I see. Great. That's all. Thank you.
Great. I mean, I think it's really, you know, I got to participate in one of those as a parent. Way back when at middle school, and you know, it's the kind of thing that we used to not think about. Until we had to deal with it, but it's the training and the sharing of resources, including knowledge. That happens so that plans can be in place and those reunifications and all other issues go, you know, as smoothly as possible. So that's great to hear, because from my recollection, it was a bunch of years ago now, but that was pretty darn smooth and safe and
This is the one where they were at the community center?
yes.
And I would say that, for me, it's a peace of mind. I know about this subject and, but, also knowing that you have the expertise of others, but also the experience of others. Like, I know that we have different threats that maybe other partners in the field have, but knowing what they're doing and what could work and not will absolutely benefit us if.
Yeah.
Ever something happens, so, yes.
And being done in a really productive educational way, hearing on the news about things that aren't necessarily done well and trying to prepare. Yeah, so this is great information. Thank you for bringing it specifically to our attention. It is, of course, is always available, as all of our documents are public. But bringing these types of things to our attention that we might miss otherwise is helpful.
And just one more thing on reunification, you know, we have several sites identified on the island for unification, but we also have sites off island. We don't make those largely public, because, you know, sometimes, you know, we certainly don't want families to assume that they're going somewhere and they're not, but we have interlocals with some entities off island. That was a recommendation that came from, I think, Jennifer Franklin and some of the others before she left, to say, you know, sometimes it's just too much. It just clogs the system up on the island to have all the parents going to one spot, whereas if we can do it off island, then whatever's happening here can be managed and we get all the families and kids away as far as possible. So, Tony has worked on that over the last couple of years as well.
And I would say, I would just add to that, safety is important, and also for security reasons, maybe they're not disclosed ahead of time. But the district will communicate with parents if needed, if something happened, so just.
Yeah.
Know there's a plan. So,
Well, and for example, the one at the community center is word got out before the students were all there. So there was a little traffic issue going down Island Crest to get students all there. As parents were going at the same time. So, that's part of the learning process and thank you for preparing ahead of time. It makes the incidents much easier to deal with. All right, that's for information. If there aren't any other questions or concerns, moving on to Board Policy 1800 OE9, Community Support to Board, approved King County Aquatics Facility Program Capital Project Grant Agreement for Mary Wade Pool. This is an approval and this had gone on, this has been, we knew this was coming and I see Brandy coming up to tell us, but we pulled this actually from the consent agenda just because of the substantial amount of money that is coming from district funds that are being matched by King County. And just wanted to make sure that the transparency and questions could be asked and answered regarding this budget item. So anything you want to report to us?
Well, I think the last time, at least I was here and talked with you about it, was shortly after the announcement of the board. And as we expected, the initial grant agreement came through with a 30-year commitment. And we were successful in negotiating that down to a 10-year commitment. And then you had a subsequent renewal of the MOU with the city that is also in alignment with that 10 years. I think it's just, this pool is 55 years old. It's important to realize that this is a 10-year fix and that there still needs to be a longer term solution to a pool on the island. And I think we're going to continue to remind people about that through the process that, this doesn't create a 30-year pool, what we're going to be able to accomplish. But we're really happy that we've been able to get to this point and they'll send through documents for documental signature late this week or early next.
There's really three main ways that the pool is kept open. And one is the significant investment from us as a school district. There's another investment by the city. And then we have a partner with OCA who runs the actual operations. And, we've talked at this table and even in smaller settings where we've maybe met one-on-one about, just the importance of all of that continuing to work together to make this work. But I can't emphasize enough that, we really are thinking about a 10-year, this will begin in another probably 18 months, or maybe 24 months. We'll kind of put a marker down and then say, this thing can go for 10 more years. And then after that, I think we need to set future boards and community leaders up with a very clear message of what we need to do to make a decision about this facility in 10 more years, because at that point, that will really be the inflection point about what the community wants to do with a pool that is open to the public. And so we'll talk more about that. We have plenty of time. Right now, it's an exciting opportunity to keep it going. We do hear from our community members, particularly some who don't have kids necessarily even in our schools, but are voters, that they appreciate that pool and it's a valued portion of the community. We do want to stress that, they passed the levy. This $2 million is part of the community investment, and we're going to stick to our word on that. And Brandy and Matt and others have gone out applying another grant, so we'll keep this going. But we'll have more conversations about that. But we need to look out for the long-term interests of the district, and owning a pool that's what will be 67 years old or so by the time it gets to that point. It'll be time for a bigger picture and, pools really keep running, not for the pool itself. It's all of the other birthday party rooms and the fun stuff. That's where the pools make their money. It's not on the water and the swim lessons and all of that. That just maintains. So, those are the things. That's why you see these big aquatic centers with these, splash pads and things. That's where the money is. That's how you keep these things going, not on lap lands. So.
I did want to just note though that keeping the pool going for us as long, for the next 10 years is part of keeping like amenities on Mercer Island accessible for people, right? Because like the only alternatives on the island are, private clubs that cost in some cases thousands of dollars to join. So
It's probably also worth mentioning that, the scope of what this grant will pay for. The first thing that has to be done is to bring a fire sprinkler system into the building. We have reached the limit of improvements that we can make, so we replaced all the air handling equipment and boilers and roof, and we have done a pretty significant amount of, I wouldn't say structural, but, behind the scenes work to keep it, for asset preservation, to keep it operational. But we're at a point that we have to bring a fire sprinkler system into the building, we have to address some EPA issues. And we have to do some pool bowl repairs, so, and probably some exterior repair on the siding. So, it's still not beautiful and glamorous work, but it is asset preservation work that'll keep it operational.
And I think this is, as we come up in anticipation of a bond, it's often those that advocate in the community for the community pool are often some of the skeptics of passing our bonds in place. So I think reminding that point that, we're working hard to maintain this and, not threatening in any way that it's gonna be one of the first to go, but,
Yeah,
it's reality.
leverage every dollar that
Right.
we can, as well, for the
Yeah.
district spends.
So, thank you. Looking for a motion to approve the
Grant agreement.
the grant agreement for Mary White Pool.
And you're also gonna delegate to me rather than reconvening to sign the paperwork. The county's not done with it, so there's wording in there that you'll delegate to me to sign rather than as a board, so that we don't delay any further. It's not, it's more of just making sure it's transparent. It's not, you're not delegating any necessary authority, it's just being transparent.
So moved. Second. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Student
Aye.
and board. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, more moving on to board policy 1605. Thank you, Brandy. Monitoring superintendent performance and board policy 1001. Governance commitment, mid-year superintendent evaluation and contract extension for superintendent's contract of employment. So we do two evaluations, formal evaluations of our one employee, our superintendent. Each year in December, it looks at overall performance and compliance with the monitoring that we do on a year-round basis with regards to the fundamentals and operational expectations. That's in January, and then in June, there is a mid-year review that is basically the determination is whether or not to add a year onto their rolling 3-year contract for our superintendent. Pleased to announce that the board voted unanimously, well, is about to, but approved unanimously in executive session that we offer that 1-year extension to the 3-year contract for Superintendent Rendell. I did draft a letter to Superintendent Rendell and talking about some of the the things that we wanted to highlight. I think that everything that we've been talking about, we have faced, the typical challenges this year as much as anything else. And, I think one of the things that all kind of rose to the top were, the interactions and relationship that you have with our community members. Both, with regards to community engagement, and your responsiveness to student, staff, and parents' needs. I just, this has been kind of an ongoing theme with your superintendency, but, it continues to be additional examples of really what people, at least say to me, and I think the board as a whole, in terms of being pleased with the direction the district is going in and has been on. There are always going to be challenging issues that come up, and the question is, how do you deal with it, and how do you learn from those challenges to maybe increase the ability to manage them in the future. This year we really had, the open enrollment concerns, school consolidation concerns, and then, the ongoing difficult financial decisions, engaging the community, being very transparent on the challenges, the pros and cons to each decision, and then being, really most importantly, being willing to listen, the immediate response and email. We all think that you probably spend 24/7 in front of your email. I'm sure your family would agree. But, it goes a long way, not that we want to see that continue in terms of the time, but it really assists our district in moving forward, making people feel like they have, that they've been heard, whether or not whether or not they agree, that's not the intention, but being heard and learning from those different opinions really goes a long way. And, I think we've talked about this in public, but I can't remember the email you wrote to the community in May, Mental Health Month. May was the personal message that you shared is probably the most commented on message that to me, at least, that and among the board, frankly, that has an impact to talk about your experience with your own mental health journey and making that publicizing that for our students and our staff and our parents to understand that, these healthy, strong leaders, this is self-care and working to take that stigma away. I've heard more people talking about their own journeys as a result of what you did. I think, like I said, you walk the walk. I think that's so important for a leader to show that type of the courage and being willing to share personal stories really helps us all grow. So thank you for that. And just really looking forward to, we're as one thing I didn't specifically mention, but in terms of leadership, to have your staff nominate you for a leadership award really tells it all. It's and newer staff to nominate you for a leadership award in such a young tenure of superintendency really just says a lot about your leadership style, your commitment to us. I've made it clear that you're under contract and will remain that way, as long as I have anything to say about it. There was one other thing I wanted to add to that. I think one thing that, benefits our students, but one thing that you see, last year we didn't have a ton of vacancies at the administrative level. This year we had a few more. And the level of applicant, the quality of applicant and number of applicants of people that are local, working in other districts that want to come here, that's because of you. It starts at the top and I know that you empower your staff, but it's because of the top. People are wanting to come here and work for a leader like you. So we're getting better quality staff. Well, you've always had great quality staff, but it's just the level of choices that we have is because of your leadership. So, I think there's a direct correlation there. So thank you. And I want to give, everyone else a chance if there's anything you want to add to what I just said. These are all things that we discussed, as a team. So it comes from all of us, not me, but please, if there's anything anyone wants to add or mention.
I will say that we didn't talk about
Yeah.
the associates, veto everything, but we are very happy with the district and, looking forward to, see you grow as a leader too, and what it will bring to the table. So, this is quite exciting.
Ditto to all of that, obviously, but I think one of the really best signs of good leadership is that people don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. It's just like everything's running smoothly and people feel safe and people know that if they have concerns, they will be addressed appropriately. Like chain of command is clear. And so it's actually like it's great that people have, I don't know how to say this, kind of incoherent today, but it's great that people have taken the time to recognize like your exceptional leadership, you know, through the award and so forth. But it's also, I think, a sign that you're doing a great job that most of the time nobody's thinking about it, ironically. You know, so thank you for the district and for your responsiveness. So.
Yeah, and this was not something we could fit in the letter, but because it's kind of like tiny, but one of the things that you've modeled for me so well is your constant acknowledgement of the people who are working and supporting you. And I think that's so important. And that's something I always try to do, but I don't always remember to, but every time I do, I think of you. So, yeah.
And thank you for also like helping, like, I think you've definitely supported these students and like given us a bigger like voice space at the table. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go right to the people who are in this room, who challenge me and push me, and help, they help steer this as well. And it's also support from all of you. Knowing that I have your support, allows me to be more courageous as a leader and, know that there are tough decisions, but trying to make sure that we're always in communication, that there aren't any surprises so that we can make those decisions. But, I had the very first principal who hired me, as an assistant principal, and then I went on and followed her, she told me, don't think about the job, just do the job. Otherwise you'll be under your table crying all the time. So we try to do that and just do it, and know why we're doing it. And then I've got great, people, who really, they make me look good. They make me look way better than I am because of how confident they are. I happily agreed to continue on. We had a person, Heather Hackman, who's become a friend, but a colleague who's helped us with some equity work. She happened to be in town yesterday and we went out for coffee, and I was reflecting with her that, there are big systems out there, but when you're in big systems, when you attend graduations, you're there as a figurehead to just, as a superintendent, you don't know kids, but in a system like this, you get to know your students, you get to know your staff, you get to know the community, and then you can attend community events like yesterday in the park and see people who you haven't seen for a while and reconnect. And that is absolutely important to me as a leader. And so I love it here and look forward to the more challenges ahead and getting better. We got a lot of work to do. We'll be talking about that later in the day, but a lot to be hopeful for as well. So thank you.
Looking for a motion to approve the third amendment of superintendent contract of employment. So moved. Second. Any further discussion? All in favor, indicate by saying aye. Student? Aye. And board? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? The contract, extension contract is approved by about a 1040. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to public input. Director Bowie.
Can we have like 1 minute break?
Yes,
Yes.
we may. We are on recess. On target time wise, because I think we might have challenges at some point.
Good.
Yeah, I think we are. Okay, so moving on to public input, are we still at the two? For,
Yes, just.
Okay. If you would like to address the board on a particular issue, please complete the form online or in person. The meeting is a meeting of the board in public. It is not a public meeting that guarantees interaction between members of the board and members of the public. When addressing the board at the meeting, please limit your remarks to not more than 3 minutes. Appoint a spokesperson if the concern is a good concern. And if desired, provide written documentation to the board secretary. Public comments that name or otherwise identify a district student are not permitted without permission of that student's parent or legal guardian. The board may direct the superintendent to respond at a later date to the issues expressed. Our first individual for public input is Seth Lando.
Hi, good to see you guys again. Just a couple quick comments. I'm gonna read you a letter from Pete Nordstrom. Pete couldn't be here today, as he'll explain to you, because today is the memorial service for his father, Bruce, who passed away. But he wanted you guys to hear some things. First, I want to say that I feel kind of like you guys were right about Fred, and I mean this positively. You know, he's done a great job so far, and great leaders do great things, but great leaders sometimes make big mistakes too. And so this is one of them. And I kind of feel like you guys are standing there on the beach and the water's rushing out and you're still talking and talking. The water's continuing to go out. You don't recognize the tsunami that's about to come down. I stand here representing over 1,000 people who wanted me to do this and who will tell you that and are telling you that on the petition. And you're not hearing it and you're putting your heels in and you're getting pushed toward a cliff that's going to be horrible. This summer, you're going to find out what we're all about because we're going to make the public very, very well aware of what's going on, what you've done, your backgrounds, everything. It's going to be public in the paper, flyers, etc. Because this has got to stop. Every single person I've talked to said the same thing. This should be a slam dunk. Can you imagine that about a coach who coached here 42 years, won 4 state championships, is in 15 Hall of Fames, including the National Naismith Hall of Fame? But it's not going to work because there's a 1,000-person army behind me that's growing. Here's Pete Nordstrom's letter to you. Dear Mercer Island School Board, I'm writing you today as a former student of Mercer Island school system. And by the way, if you don't know, he's the president of Nordstrom's, went here and played basketball here. I'm writing to you today as a former student of the Mercer Island school system and a current resident. It's been brought to my attention that there's a groundswell effort to name the basketball court at Mercer Island High School the Ed Pepple Court. I want to add my name to this long list of people, as I'm an enthusiastic supporter of this idea. I'm sorry I'm not there in person to make my case, but unfortunately, the timing of this meeting coincided with my father's, Bruce Nordstrom, celebration of life event, as he passed away a few weeks ago. I can tell you with total conviction that with the exception of my dad, Ed Pepple was the most impactful, positive male role model in my life. I can also add that if my father was still alive, he'd be the first person in line to endorse the coach at Pebble Court. While I could go on and on about Ed's role in my life, I think it's more relevant and powerful to let you know that I'm just one of many. Ed Pepple was the boys basketball coach at Mercer Island High School for 42 years. To go along with the remarkable achievement and longevity, it's also important to note how successful and accomplished he was as a coach and teacher. Ed is the all-time winningest boys basketball coach in the history of the state of Washington. In fact, he's the winningest varsity coach in any sport in the history of the state of Washington. He is recognized as the Naismith National Basketball Hall of Fame. Ed Pepple coached approximately 500 boys at the high school varsity level over his career, from guys just thrilled to make the team to a couple of guys that actually played in the NBA. He was also a PE teacher for many of his years at Mercer Island. He developed youth basketball leagues, programs, clinics that taught kids the lessons of teamwork, sacrifice, hard work, and pride. I traveled and competed on Ed Pepple's coach teams to Texas as a 6th grader, Australia as a 15 and 14-year-old, and Canada as a high schooler. My first experience meeting Coach Pepple was when I was 9 years old. He was offering a basketball clinic for boys 10 and up during a series of Saturdays. My mom had me go up to Coach Pepple, ask if it was okay that I would be allowed to play, even though I was 1 year too young. Coach Pepple took one look at me, noticed my height, but perhaps more importantly, my sincerity, how much this meant to me. Told my mom and me that I was in. To this day, I remember my sincerity and how much this meant to me. Told my mom that I was in. To this day, I remember the moment and what it did for my confidence. And at the beginning of life, long affinity with basketball. As a tall, reasonably athletic kid, basketball became a proud part of my personal identity. It was something I cared about, worked at, was pretty good at. Coach Pepple nurtured that and encouraged me. It was a big deal being part of his successful program that stretched all the way to the high school kids. These clinics at leagues for young players on the island were largely coached by the high school players themselves with Coach Keppel's guidance. They made it pretty cool. I was hooked. I played all the way through my senior year in high school, then went on to play in college. To this day, I'm always very proud when I tell people I played basketball at Mercer Island High School for Coach Ed Bell. I want to be clear that I'm not coming at this as a person who was a star player and was treated special. I remember Coach Keppel being hard on me, perhaps not recognizing my true talent. But the lesson learned here, particularly with the benefit of hindsight, is that in Coach Keppel's world, everything had to be earned. His system was a pure meritocracy. The kids worked and played hard, earned their minutes. It was very competitive and a valuable life lesson that often is best revealed through sports. This has all come full circle for me as I have a young son who played basketball in the Little Dribblers program this year. This program was created by Coach Keppel a long time ago. It's still going strong under Coach Creed. Frankly, I love being there, watching my son, remembering so fondly being that age, participating in that program. Whatever I've accomplished.
Mr. Lando, I need you to, I've given you a lot of.
Okay, but there's one more paragraph for Pete's letter here, and this is the important one. I think you need to hear it. Whatever I've accomplished in my life as a man, father, husband, business leader, and community-minded person has been informed to a great degree by the influence of Ed Keppel. So I ask you today as one of many, and I mean hundreds of young men, okay, maybe not so young anymore, who benefited from Coach Keppel's role in their life, to give thoughtful consideration to naming the basketball court at Mercer Island the Coach Ed Keppel Court. It's hard for me to imagine any reason why this could possibly be shot down. This community owes Coach Ed Keppel a huge debt of gratitude. And what better way to demonstrate that recognition by memorializing his impact and naming the court after him. Lastly, if the reason is it costs money and you don't have the budget, I will gladly ensure it's paid for by the people like me who wholeheartedly support this. Pete Nordstrom, 2019 Mercer Island Pathfinder. Here's copies of this for you. You will understand by the end of this summer how powerful this movement is, and I'm gonna still tell you that I promise you, this court's gonna be named.
You can hand that to me, I'll take that, Mr. Lando.
And what's the Mary Way pool?
Next up, we have Benjamin Lampert. And associate.
Good morning, members of the school board. My name is Ben, and I'm one of the captains of our Ultimate Frisbee team. I'm here to advocate for stipends for our dedicated Ultimate Frisbee coaches. Ultimate is a sport that promotes physical fitness, teamwork, and a sense of community. It welcomes students of all backgrounds and abilities, teaching us invaluable life skills such as respect, integrity, and self-discipline through its unique emphasis on the spirit of the game. Our coaches are the backbone of our team. Despite being unpaid, over the years, they've devoted countless hours to building the program, organizing practices, and developing our skills. They've been with us through thick and thin, rain or shine, whether we're perfecting the art of the game or just the art of catching a breath. Without their guidance and dedication, our program would not be what it is today. However, maintaining this level of commitment without compensation is unsustainable. Providing stipends to our coaches is essential to acknowledge their hard work and to ensure they can continue supporting us effectively, providing stability that is crucial for the program's growth and success. Moreover, it's a matter of fairness. As coaches in other sports receive financial support, and Ultimate Frisbee deserves the same recognition. While we may not be a tsunami, I think all the fellow coaches or captains here today, it shows like the passion we have for this issue. And together we urge the board to approve stipends for our Ultimate Frisbee coaches, acknowledging their vital role in our development and the success of our program. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today, guys. Any other public input? All right, thank you so much. Superintendent report.
Great. As I mentioned, we have two administrators that we're recognizing
Enjoy
today.
your summer.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
The first one was Jovi McGowan, and I'm pleased to bring up now Becky Mulvane. So come on up, Becky. Becky, I've known Becky for several years. She was a teacher at Islander Middle School, and then was an instructional technology coach, working not just at Islander Middle School, though primarily, but influencing other coaches as she worked. I had the opportunity to kind of be her supervising administrator during her when she was earning her credential. She then left us to go over to another IMS, which was Issaquah Middle School, where she's been for the last 5 years, serving as a middle school assistant principal. But we have the opportunity now with the vacancy of Weston Lucas's position to bring someone back. And after the committee met, and then principals Budges and Miller and myself had a chance to meet with the finalists, it was clear that Becky would be an awesome person to bring back. She wants to be back in our school district, and so she'll join the middle school team, and we're just thrilled to have her back. Mary Jo and Aaron, do you want to say anything as well? I'm unscripted here, but it's working with you.
Yeah, we're just really excited to have Becky back. It was the process, we started at 26 applicants, we got to 8, and then we got to 2, and then Becky clearly rose to the top. She's gonna be great. We're looking forward to having her. 5 years ago, when she left, we were hoping she'd go get some experience and come back, and she did exactly that. And she's gonna fit right in, and she's already sided with me on many arguments. So that's a good friend to have there.
Whatever, that's a lie. But Becky she's funny. She's a phenomenal human being, and we are super excited to learn alongside her and have her partner with us and continue to work on Islander Middle School, making it just the best place it can be, and we couldn't be more excited, and we're proud to have her back. It's awesome.
Turn it over to you.
You mentioned being excited. I'm the one excited. I'm ecstatic. After working for 12 years in the Richmond School District, it is such an honor to be able to come back and serve this community again. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
You bet. Congrats. Yes.
I don't know what your protocol is. Thank you. Thank you. You're like,
And I just want to comment, because I know our last several big hires have been from homegrowns. And I think that's really telling. I think it tells our employees that they're valued and nurtured and have places to go for themselves personally, professionally, as well as, benefits to district. And the fact that people want to come back says a lot about our leadership and district as well. It benefits our students. And while it's a new employee, it's not really a new employee. So coming in and really understanding the culture and being able to provide that nurturing and educational and challenging environment for our students. So thank you. And I'm looking forward to it. So welcome back.
And I wanted to chime in and say, I have a rising middle schooler, and she and her friends are all so excited about going to IMS. It's just amazing. And I was actually chatting with a couple of friends who live in other parts of the country who have the same HK, and their kids are dreading middle school because of all the middle school novels they've read and all the things they've heard and all the movies and TV shows where middle school is always this kind of, hellhole of misery and social anxiety. And their kids are really nervous and anxious about it. And because of the great kind of prep work and intro and, visiting day and stuff, the 5th graders that I know are super stoked for that.
You just gave us a new slogan for.
Add to what you're saying, my daughter is an 8th grader. And she has forbidding us to take our vacation at the end of August because she's gonna be a web leader, and it's like, I cannot. Okay, I'm missed it, so it's the other way, she really wants to go early to middle school, so.
Yes.
Helps a lot, so, yes.
All right, drinking continues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're saying.
She will be your daughter's web.
So just a few other things from my report. We didn't hear any opposition to move the August 22nd board meeting to August 29th. So we'll go ahead and make that move. And then for those of us trying to get kids off to college and everything else, we appreciate that. We had a really successful final few days. May feels like it takes forever, and then June is gone in seconds. And that was definitely true this year, and for all the right reasons. It wasn't, it didn't go quickly because of anything catastrophic or anything. It was just such a great June, and I had a couple superintendents reach out and inquire about how to also go to Benaroya Hall after they saw pictures of ours and they heard what a wonderful event it is. And so, that was a great moment. The 8th grade promotion was fantastic, all of the different end of the year events, but the last few days of school were great as well. Very positive. Rolled right into yesterday down at Mercerdale Park and saw a few of you down there, and a great event put on by our Black Student Union in collaboration with the city. Just a great event there. Summer celebration will be July 13th this year. Unfortunately, I'm going to be out of town for it, but we will have a booth there. And Ian will be reaching out and talking more about that in case you want to swing by. We will also start closing the district office here on Fridays. So it'll be open Monday through Thursday, but we typically close on Fridays until I think it's August 9th this year. So the day after our first board meeting back, that we'll have some closures there. And then next week, I'll be out of district on Monday and Tuesday. I'm going to go over to Spokane with the principals of the middle school and high school for the AWSP and WASA conference. So we leave tomorrow evening, some of us, and then we'll be coming back Monday and Tuesday next week. So definitely not a quiet start so far. I always tell people that it takes till about 4th of July to finally kind of wind some things down. And then by the 1st of August, we're ramping right back up. So looking forward to a little bit of the downtime there and catching our breath, but just super excited for the end of the year, but already getting excited for next year.
Excellent. Thank you. And moving on to consent agenda, looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as published.
So moved.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor of approving the consent agenda as published, please indicate by saying aye. Judy?
Aye.
And board? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? 1040. Any other announcements? We got it all covered.
Yep.
Legislative report, anything addition? Nothing in addition to all of the hard work you've done in the last couple months, weeks. Board reports, announcements, inquiries, and reports.
Except you do mention the Juneteenth, but I'm trying to see how far we go till through the meeting.
It's before graduation, so.
Graduation, and well, I was express graduation, I did attend that one, and I loved it.
So special,
Yes, it is very special, so for that one, it was exciting. So, but besides that, I think there's a wrap up, the BI meeting, meeting not met, it was canceled, so. Yeah.
I attended the last Westminster PAC meeting, and one of the kind of hot topics among the parents was questions about cell phone policy. So I said, people are talking about it.
Yeah.
That they might know more about it. So
There will be lots of, we're gonna spend some time over in Spokane talking about, cell phone policies more and the timing of our changes is kind of what we're trying to think about and exactly what it will be. But, we are getting great feedback from families around some directions that we're certainly contemplating. And I mentioned it in my end of the year letter last week of just, we'll be communicating with families as we start getting ready for next school year. Thinking about what is in the best interest of our students, not only within the school day, but their overall well-being, so.
not that I went to the Juneteenth celebration this year, great, much bigger than last year, which was exciting to see. And the energy was fantastic. And Christina and Fred were there.
It was Oh, sorry.
I miss her.
That's missed, yeah.
She was on the early crew.
Yeah, we were in shifts. Yeah. I, couple things. Number one, I just want to express my tremendous gratitude to Mercer Island School District. I am now a alum and a parent alum, and it really like could not have made a better decision on a place to raise and educate my one child. It was a priority for us when we were deciding not living on the island, when we were looking at kindergartens, and it was, do we take on a mortgage or do we pay for private school, or, you know, and it was, I mean, it was, for me, it was no question, and my husband thanks me almost on a daily basis for pushing to get to the place that we knew she needed to be and wanted to be a part of this community and receive the amazing support and education that she got from Mercer Island. I think that, you know, really as someone who's now, you know, watched a child go through the system, and then, you know, my experiences as someone who went through the system, watching a child go through the system, and then, you know, being able to having the privilege of serving on this board, to be able to work to ensure that every student has the opportunities that I had, that my child had. My child, she's not a child anymore, it's just a tremendous privilege, and could not have happened. It's without everyone involved in the district. It's a lot of unsung heroes, and, you know, we see a lot of criticism. Well, we see the criticism because it's just much easier to reach out when you're unhappy with something, but we don't often hear, or we don't hear enough. We hear it a lot, but we don't hear enough the gratitude and the special opportunities that our students are given. Joey, this graduating class is the same age as the Sandy Hook first graders who didn't make it to graduation, and that had a tremendous impact on me and my look at what our staff does on a daily basis to keep our kids safe, to make sure they get the things that they need. And I've always appreciated teachers, but that really kind of set a tone for you know, the way that I looked at education and what those opportunities were. There was never a question in my mind that her teachers would not do the same that the teachers did to protect them, to nurture them. And that's what we're all really looking for ultimately. Graduation and all the festivities were amazing. I've heard nothing but positives from all of the kids, from all of their friends, from staff members who have seen many. The move that we've gone to highlighting student success from a much more adult-centric community that has moved over the years to a very student-centric community. Our students were highlighted at graduation. And in a way, you know, and even talking to staff members who have students in other districts in graduation, it's just an entirely different tone. And I think that speaks to the emphasis and the tone that's set from the top, but trickles all the way throughout our system. You know, yes, Benaroya is an amazing venue that, you know, work really hard to make sure that it's inclusive, that everyone who wants to be a part of it can be a part of it. But, you know, it's been a really special year and, you know, a couple of months for these kids who started high school. Well, didn't get an 8th grade promotion because of COVID, and then started high school online. This class was amazing, as many of them are, but this one is truly amazing. And to hear all the accolades and the places they're going, it really has made me, you know, in my last year and a half on board, because it will be over then. No, it will be over then. Everything has a time and a purpose. Is really looking at, you know, it's a journey. It's not a moment in time. And we get our students starting even before kindergarten, but really kindergarten through 12th. And it's a journey along the way. And so to look at a moment in time, I think is doing all of ourselves a disservice, that we really have to look to where do they come in? What do we want to provide them all along the way? And then what do we want them to achieve? And where do we want them to be when they're exiting the system? And, you know, we might all have a difference, but ultimately what we all want the same thing is for our students to have, to feel successful and be successful in whatever definition they have. So, sorry, a little bit of a, soapbox here, but I think I would love to see us in the next, well, at least as long as I'm involved, really looking at that journey, the school journey, rather than, one class or one thing at a time. I think it's important because it's so many different building blocks. We used to do the building blocks of education, right? It's so many of those blocks or pieces that create the whole puzzle. And it's hard to really, make a determination until you've been able to put them all together. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, and that's what's going through my head right now. But anyways, gratitude. A couple things I want to raise to the board to see whether or not there's interest. We've talked about a bit about an agenda planning, but wanted to throw it to the whole board. We have had an individual who's interested in pursuing naming a building or something after an individual. And as you all know, we do not have, Mercer Island School District does not have a naming policy. And while that's been communicated to any individual who has reached out to the board, that it's a huge commitment to create a naming policy if that's something that there's of interest on the board. That specific naming has never been discussed, that it isn't going to be discussed because we don't have a naming policy. And in the little bit of kind of straw polling that I've done, no one has brought it to the board as a whole to see whether or not there's been interest in putting it on an agenda.
No board member.
No board member has expressed any interest, and the way that you all know that we put things on the agenda is by not necessarily a formal motion, but typically with the president and vice president saying they want something on the agenda and then it's approved. So an informal motion and second, certainly any board member can bring something in the way that I'm bringing it right now. And if there's consensus, then we can add it to an agenda for discussion. But, there hasn't been one because I have not heard of any desire to tackle a naming policy right now. And unless that happens with a majority of the board, it's not even gonna go on an agenda for discussion. So I think just publicly looking to see if there is any desire to tackle a naming policy among the board, or to have discussion of whether or not to tackle a naming policy as a formal agenda item. So I'm looking for a thumbs up, thumbs down on whether or not there's any interest in putting it on an agenda for discussion. And this would be a naming policy, not a specific naming. Naming policy is going to do that. Some districts have them, many districts don't.
Next comment or just come up with.
Sure.
I think that, I prefer to have a policy of not naming buildings after people in general. I feel like it's.
I want to keep from having
Okay, then I'm
opinions
gonna
on
say
it. Oh, yeah, the question is whether or not to put it on an agenda in order to have a discussion.
No, thank you.
I have thought, I would like to have a discussion to be able to be open and be able to have it forward. It's not my priority, but I think it's something that we have to discuss in public. So for me, it will be a thumbs up to put it in the agenda.
Yeah, I'm with having a discussion on the agenda where the discussion is, do we name buildings or facilities after people or not?
Do we establish a
That's
naming policy?
a naming policy, establish a naming policy, whether one way or the other.
Okay, so,
Yeah, but I also like to have that discussion.
okay,
But I would also love to, as part of that, take a look at what other districts around us have done, just as like, do they have policies not to, do they have policies to, how do they determine that? It would be nice to have that context.
so that's something we can look at in the fall in terms of whether or not, and again, it's not about any specific person or naming opportunity. It is about whether or not to establish any sort of committee or group to create a naming policy. And it's not a light lift to create new policies, for the board, we try and, yes, that is not a light lift, so that will be part of the discussion as well. Second thing is, last year, prior to our change in board, we talked about a social media lawsuit. That is, against social media companies, due to the negative impact of social media on our students. At that time, there was not interest by the board to learn more, about the lawsuit. It was one of the, lead law firms is local, and frankly, including a Mercer Island parent, who is part of that lawsuit. And I am wondering if there is interest in having a conversation to learn more about, to learn anything, frankly, about that lawsuit. The dynamics have changed a lot in the last 6 months. The dynamics have changed a lot in the last 6 months as our state has gotten involved, as they've taken, they've had a lot of success in reaching out, and they've got a lot more school districts locally and across the country signing on to the lawsuit. And I personally think, as I did then, think that it's our responsibility to learn more. And so this is not a question of do we join or not, this is a question of do we have, do we set up a time for the attorneys or representatives of the law firm to come and educate us about what the commitment would be, what the benefits are, what the detriments of not being involved would be, so that we can make an educated decision on whether or not that's something that we want to send on to.
I'm interested in just getting an update on the situation and for people who weren't on the board then, to learn more about it.
I am interested too.
Yeah, okay, so we can add that as well, and perhaps invite someone in August to come and do a presentation to the board, so we can learn and then make an educated decision on whether or not it's something we want to support. My understanding is you don't benefit, if they are successful in, it's a mass action lawsuit. If you are not a signed participant, that you don't benefit from any settlement. But we will learn more about that and see whether or not, and also the impact on our district and employees in terms of the commitment that we might be signing on to in terms of the hours and costs and things like that. Okay, so we will add that on as well. And yeah, that's it. I mean, I did all the things too, in terms of Crest and all that, and wonderful opportunities that are student-led and student-focused. And it's just really, it's one of the pleasures of this job is to be able to go and participate and observe all of these celebrations for our students and our staff. So, okay. Moving into the study session at, we're 8 minutes late, sorry. Board, do we need a quick break or are we good for now? Okay.
Well, we need a break anyway to set them up.
We'll just need to set up tables.
Okay, so we've got, what?
I was just saying tables.
Tables? Okay, so yeah, 2-minute break, set up, and then we will get started.
Will help.
Moving on to welcome. Study session. Facilities and capital assets, concept design, update.
So for the next couple of hours, this is your chance to, you sent the team off, to do some work. You approved contracts, with Methuen and Malum, and they've been working hard, engaging our community, engaging our staff, working with our leaders, to bring you this update. And then we'll be heading off for the summer to start to, really put some visuals into all of the different ideas that we've heard, and then come back to you so that we can stay on the timeline. As we said at the beginning of the meeting, working backward, an April bond measure that could possibly be on the ballot. Kind of moving back from that, we need to be ready by November or so to kind of have some final decisions and discussions with you on whether or not you want to move forward, how much, and what that looks like. So it seems like a long way away, but it goes quickly, and we've been on a fast track and we'll stay on that same fast track. I put in front of you today some of the work that you did with Peg Portscheller earlier in the year, just to remind us of our different learning styles. And it's right underneath your computer. And as we think about our study sessions and coming together, I'm always trying to be mindful of the different personalities you all bring and we all bring to the table. And these 2 hours for Deborah are gonna seem like, hey, let's just get going. Can't we do this already? And Christina's gonna have lots of questions and lots of detail. And Maggie, Ty, and Jody will certainly be wanting to make sure we're all okay. And that we're doing there with a mixture of some details. But hopefully we built this so that it meets all of your needs as we go forward, because this is really some exciting work. So with that, I'll turn it over to our team.
Yeah, thank you. And really would appreciate you taking the time to understand all of the effort that's gone into this first phase of information gathering. This is the team for Islander Middle School. So Seamus Kelly, our project manager, Brendan Connolly, principal in charge, Joanne Wilcox, also principal, and then Doug Davis and MJ, who have been really integral in the work we've done at the middle school. So I'll turn it over to you.
Great. We have hi everybody. Thanks for spending your time on this beautiful morning together. This is, please interject at any points during the presentation. We've got a slide deck here that's covering a lot of the work that we've been doing and what we're going to be doing in the near future here. Thanks, Fred and Brandy, for the introductions. We're going to go through who we've been engaging with, how we've been engaging with them, what we've been learning from that, and then some of our initial analysis, looking at capacity, looking at programs, looking at site opportunities, site constraints, and talk about next steps. Fred pretty much gave the rundown of what we're after here, working backwards from November. We've been working this spring with the staff, with the leadership, with the community to build a framework, really building off of what was started more than 12 years ago to complete the vision for the Islander Middle School. And so we've been gathering inventory of foundational knowledge. That is, what's on site right now? How is it working? How has it been working? What's changed in the past 8 to 10 years since the first phase of the building has worked? There's programmatic evolutions, there's code changes, there's other considerations that we've been developing our understanding of what's the next phase of Mercer of the Islander Middle School will look like. And so Joanne and Brendan will be given a report out of a lot of those findings that we've been working on. And where we're at today is this transition period from the, let's see, I can't really see, but from the building a framework to really pulling the parts and pieces together. So we don't yet have a plan of the building. That's what we're going to be doing this summer. And we'll be bringing to you at the end of the summer a series of options that have plan configurations, have program and size options and variables. So that then in the fall, we can build consensus around the right and best plan for Islander Middle School. Create some graphics to help communicate that clearly to you all and to the community. And ultimately work together to make a recommendation on a preferred strategy. In this first 3 months, we've engaged with a steering committee 3 times. We've been building guiding principles for the project, and we've been finding ways. What are the areas that we can maximize educational impact for the community here? Summer is when we're also bringing on a broader team. We've got engineers who have been looking at mechanical, electrical systems, civil engineer, landscape architects, structural engineers. There's a lot of logistics that we're also working through to put together the full cost of the project, including how do we keep Islander Middle School cohesive during construction? What are the construction means will that take? Are portables required or not? So that's part of the understanding that we're developing here. June, July, August. We'll be meeting with the city really soon in the next couple of weeks to understand some of the really unique code implications. There's upcoming code changes on energy that we'll be diving into, as well as stormwater and access. I think I already mentioned the fall is really consensus building and evaluation of all alternatives. MJ, do you want to talk about the leadership team?
Sure, I mean, you're kind of looking at it. Matt has also been a part, Nova, and we've been meeting every other week, I guess, every other week for the last 3 months. Really thinking at high levels around how to make Islander the most cohesive and unified school that it can be upon potential completion of this new build. It has been really dynamic and amazing working with Bethune, and they have done so much to reach out to our community and our kids, and our staff trusts and believes in them, and it's just been a really positive experience overall. Is that what you needed, Seamus?
Yeah, I'm being in there, so pass it over to Joanne.
So the steering committee, bringing together a broader constituents of voices. We have some amazing students on our group, staff, as well as community members and parents. Steering committee is really charged with thinking through some pretty high level components that are brought back to that leadership team that you saw from further dialogue and discussion. So the steering committee it has a broad representation of staff members that have legacy as well as new perspectives, communities and neighbors. And again, our students are fantastic. We have met with them 3 times. We've tried to keep these meetings very high level and engaged, lots of hands-on conversation, less stand and deliver. So a variety of activities have happened at each one. We'll kind of walk through some of the findings. We're not going to be able to go into every single nuanced depth, but we kind of keep trying to paint a whole high level picture of the pieces that have come out of each one of these meetings, beginning really with visioning. Thinking through exemplar projects, both within district and without. What you see here is actually a representation of the findings. The larger the image, the more it was selected by members of our steering committee. And then the smaller the image, you can see there are pieces of the components which are still really important. And I think one of the things that we're taking away from this is there's a large dialogue about the relationship of and this particular activity was around shared learning or extended learning, outside of the classroom learning, student agency learning. Really thinking through, Islander right now has a large scale learning space, and so how to keep that large scale learning space for the benefit that it offers, but also begin to integrate some places where students and staff can pull into smaller groups, easily supervised without being, I think the psychology of the door, Mary Jo, like without having to ask permission to go through a door to kind of find places to be. And then as you see, it moves down into some of the more larger aggregate spaces, interior and exterior, and one-on-one. So just to sort of high level findings from some of the group as we move through what it means to really think about extended learning and shared learning and student agency within those spaces. Some of the words as well, thinking through from our committee's perspective, what is it they're looking for? The image on the lower right is really about being visually connected, having some separation, but again, without having a door, feeling like you're in a small group space, but really well connected to everything else. And then supervision is really important as well as natural light. Some more findings that we want to share, in this case was really thinking through prioritization, and prioritization, what you see on the left-hand side, we split our steering committee into 4 small groups. They're represented by the numbers 1 through 4 on the left-hand side. And then the summarization from left to right, you can see the location of program components that were really high priority. And on the right-hand side in the gray, those that felt were the lowest priority, not that they're not a priority, but the conversation here is around dedication of space for highly specialized program areas. We're hearing that as well in our conversations with continuity for the high school and what STEM and CCR means at this level. Again, trying to open up as many opportunities as possible for, I see your hand in just a second, for more emergent programs really and flexible programs to come in over time with components of the horticulture and or the biomedical lab still being provisions for it, but not a dedicated medical space. Julie, you have a question?
Does outdoor learning mean like literally outside, or is that like an educational term for like learning outside of the classroom, but in the building still, or like?
We used it in the terminology of literally outside.
Okay.
Yeah, in this case, you can see the high priority was a direct connection for a lot of learning spaces to exterior learning opportunities. And while we were talking about the kind of prioritization, but you want to add if it's a specific curriculum for the staff?
Well, I think, Doug can probably speak to that more than anybody, but I think what we were talking about is moments and opportunities to step beyond the classroom walls, not necessarily like a full classroom space where it's assigned outside, but really an opportunity to be more flexible beyond the walls of our classrooms.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Joni. And if there's any other questions as well, I think our takeaway from this is that there's a lot of conversation about, how do we provide the right appurtenances within the building to allow those emergent programs to happen and continue with the existing programs that are there. Additional conversation went into then like the idea of innovation and creativity everywhere. And in this case, we're using the term hub in this analysis, but really understanding what are the adjacencies of spaces and programs that will really benefit Islander the most when we think about innovation and creativity. And I think, this was we were trying to give ourselves some bounds and say if things were inside or nearby. But I think in the end, what we actually discovered, I'm going to go back for a minute, is that the innovation and creativity really want to be everywhere. So you'll see some studies in our program opportunities that kind of discuss where the conversation has gone since this activity. Also understanding that there's a conversation about should a program like a black box theater or a drama space come on board as part of this, really trying to understand as well as where it might be, also how many times a year, who's using it, what are the group sizes. I think right sizing that space is really important. We understand there's a lot of conversation around what community partnerships might be available to use the space. Also, if there's any dialogue between the high school and the middle school around the shared use of that space, but then also as an education environment, knowing that this is an opportunity for the district to have a really intimate performance space that is not overwhelming to students of this age group, but that would really be student focused and allow kind of interdisciplinary innovative presentation. So right sizing that has been a good portion of our work and will continue to be through the summer. What the findings of that are is that the highest need certainly is drama, making sure drama has a space, but the interdisciplinary nature of what a black box could offer to the program in other educational facilities, these spaces become highly desirable because of their size and their availability. So conversations around clubs, around musicals or performances, presentations, having group presentations, guest speakers come in to use a space like this, community meetings, professional development, even all the way down to art gallery. And, you know, could it possibly be used for robotics arena, things like that. So a variety of conversations have come up about what is the potential, what is the potentiality of a space like this within the program. And then, of course, working on adjacencies, understanding with all of those different components, the way to read this analysis is darker to lighter would be closer. So if there is a flexible gathering performance black box type space, you know, having it really adjacent to building entry, drama, art, and any kind of innovation spaces that would want to expand out into it. So could spaces actually use it when it's not being used for drama, et cetera. Which gets us really to then thinking about the site. The site as a context, you know, the district did an amazing job of starting this conversation with educational improvements at Islander in phase one. There's an existing building that's functioning and working well. We have occupants on site during construction, and so all those pieces come together. And really bringing forward an opportunity for steering committee to talk and dialogue in 3 dimensions, as well as 2 dimensions. Which brings us to focus groups. That's the work that we did with our steering committee. Focus groups were really one-on-one conversations with educators that are program specific, really diving into the details about, you know, what are the needs and requirements for your program to really thrive, both in an existing space as well as what would the future look like if we dream big. And we had Mary Jo and team there as well, so certainly wanting to add in. We have held 9 individual conversations with as many of a broad group consensus as we could. We also did not just prioritize programs that might be in the phase 2 component. We really wanted to listen to all the different program areas and think through the needs and requirements for the full school. Collecting it right now in a way that is both aspirational as well as what do we have and where we are. So as we're building consensus in numeric program, we have a good understanding of both. Which gets us to our work with students, staff, and community that Brendan's gonna.
That's great. I think broadly speaking, we're really impressed by just the thoughtfulness of all these conversations. There's a lot of kind of intentional passion, but also kind of a balanced perspective. And you're seeing a lot of consensus across the community to divide into small teams, and there's unique perspectives, but it's really been a very kind of common ground in terms of vision and aspiration. So we're excited for that foundation. We also learned that we didn't bring enough candy to a lot of our work.
Never enough.
Primary pieces for this next section was, we had a couple of opportunities to meet with students and really engage the broader population, broader community. It was very energized. The time back in April, we set up a couple stations in the cafeteria and a couple of different rounds. I think we're all still recovering from this day, but a lot of really amazing kind of opportunities for students to engage in written inquiry and kind of more word association with visions and hopes, as well as kind of more cognitive mapping of things that are sacred to them, things that are important, things that are working well, and areas they see that they might need some improvement. So you're seeing some examples of that. We did also do a lot of written exercises. Don't expect folks to read all these things, but there are a lot of common themes that kind of emerged out. So as we kind of look at that, these are, sorry for all the kind of Zoom boxes here, but there are a few kind of key things as we get sort of more responses. There are things around, to Joanne's point about the program adjacencies, a lot of folks really want things to be connected and central. The idea that there's a unified front and that's and a unified whole at Islander Middle School. That's something that came up in our very first conversations with Mary Jo and team. The idea of better bathrooms, more daylight, lounge spaces, something that's a little bit more modern. I think there's a sense of kind of newness and light and flexibility, and then just a lot of conversations around flow and circulation as well. I think there's some pinch points in the existing facility, some of the older buildings that are really in students' minds. So we heard a lot about that. Thought about newspaper headlines and just sort of things that might be sort of at the grand opening, some exciting sort of ideas here about inviting and friendly and really thinking about the future and part of the community. The idea that we are, to the question before about indoor and outdoor Go ahead, John.
I just wanted to mention that this portion of it, we're going back and forth between students and staff. And so really asking them similar questions, but in different ways. And so this is staff work that you're seeing in front of you.
This is, yeah, I guess the header there for teachers, but pretty consistent though, back and forth. I mean, in terms of a lot of the same issues that were brought up. This is more of the kind of student workshop example. So there's a lot of, sort of arrayed this, and one of our teammates inventoried every one of these cards and brought together sort of like the quantity and quality of the feedback that we got. And there was also an exercise around Mad Libs. This is something we did with the team early on. It was kind of a fun piece, but just thinking about kind of words that punctuated some of the future experience that we're trying to create together. And so there were some top selections. So for the students, the idea of you can read this or not, but the idea that there's a sort of a cool experience that reminds of home, that sense of home became a really kind of key piece. The idea that they wanted to kind of see old and new parts of the school, fun, cool, sort of like, anyway, these are baseline elements. And then as we get to the teachers, we did the same sort of exercise that yielded a slightly different battle of words here. We included integration and nature and courtyards, the sense of belonging, welcoming and inclusion. So this is and really kind of a unified campus. So these are sort of some of the kind of outcomes of that exercise. Definitely ran out of candy at my station here. This was sort of more of a mapping exercise, but the students were really engaged in terms of helping us understand kind of what's some of the critical path pieces. And again, the sense of bringing things together, the flow, the kind of time they spent working through crowded hallways. These are kind of all elements. And then some of the spaces they love on the campus currently. So the track and field, the commons, the sort of idea of some of these pieces, the bigger the word, some of the more frequent kind of responses we receive from students. These are favorite places. And then the kind of old buildings is kind of really in bold here, but certainly I kind of sense that there's a lot of room for improvement with some of the kind of 100, 300 building compositions, but also the hallways, the egress, the sort of, they were really thinking about kind of the circulation and kind of the pulse of Islander and how that really works in the future and the time they might spend moving back and forth between different spaces. Teachers, very similar. There's a little bit more nuanced conversation around access and inclusion. We heard a lot about kind of different elements of the site, the program, design qualities, the idea that we're trying to create a sense of choice and really support the whole student, but also kind of create things that are very unified and brought together in a common way. And so another key theme is adaptability and flexibility of space over time. That's certainly an overlay that both indoors now that became really important. In May, a little bit more of a kind of outdoor engagements. Seamus was training for the track meet for a long time. I think that's actually a lot of good feedback here, and just kind of a more passive opportunity for folks to come over and kind of provide a little bit more individual perspectives. And so just a couple of examples. Luckily, we looked out on the weather there. Talked a little bit more about sustainability and opportunities for future demonstration of stewardship on the campus. These are some of the themes on the far right. The idea of ecosystem function and well-being. We're seeing a lot of dots there. It's kind of a couple of key focal points that came out in the conversation. I think that also led us to the idea of founding guiding principles. And so this is really kind of a living list of things that we're finding to be important for your community, your students, your staff. And so there's a lot of input here that we work through the steering committee in terms of starting to organize this, but there are three basic buckets that we're trying to focus on in terms of our work and organizing thoughts. So one is about how we're responding with the physical place of architecture and site and kind of the design response. The second one, Joanne spoke to a minute ago, is really about kind of programmatically, how are we responding to the need and challenges and opportunities. And then really, the bottom one is still a little bit uncharted with these focus, but the idea of process. How do we work together as a team and as a kind of unified community to really make this vision happen? And so out of that came a whole series of different ideas from our different conversations, and we've written all those down. The kind of quick Cliff Notes version really is about the unified Islander Middle School vision. This is something that keeps coming back, and it's kind of a guiding light for all of us. But while creating this in the middle experience, that this is a really specific time for your students, and we want to make sure it's a protected and also very dynamic place for them to learn and be engaged as a whole student. Interconnected campus, ease of flow, really kind of breaking down barriers and friction points and kind of lost time. So we're trying to create that sense of everything being connected to itself. Supporting the whole student through program, but also through kind of engaged indoor-outdoor experiences and like connecting them in place. And then innovation and creativity, Joanne spoke to that it's not just a one room in the project. This should be happening everywhere at a lot of different levels. And so we're trying to keep that spirit alive. And then flexibility and spatial agility, just making sure what we crew can adapt over the years to come for all the changing needs for this place and this district. So I think with that, we'll talk a little bit more about programs. Back to Joanne.
Thanks. I just want to take a quick minute to ask Fred, we started maybe a few minutes later. Would you like us to try to still hit our 10:30 stop time? I think we can do it. I just want to check in.
If you go a little over, I think that's fine. I think making sure that everyone gets what they need out of this is really important before we go through the summers.
Okay, thanks, Fred.
We'll drink more coffee and go on with
Okay, so program opportunity areas, we are still exploring this. So these are no finite answers, but really just understanding all the conversations we've had, especially with leadership as well as understanding student capacity. Where might we be heading with some of these opportunities, things that may or may not have been included in the last educational specification that was developed for the kind of completion of phase one, what might be different as part of our work as well. So the first one is the original educational specification did not identify space or program functionality for a black box theater. So this is an opportunity for us to really think as a community about how this place should be shaped, how it should be shared, and kind of the scale and size and functionality of this space. Lots of conversations yet to come, and don't have numbers for you today to say, a small option to a medium option to a large option, but there's a variety of different scales and sizes. Most of those varieties come from two components. One is how many folks might be in the audience for a typical black box theater performance, and coincidentally as well, music program on the island is huge. So how large is the stage, or how many performers, actresses, both in drama, actors and actresses in drama or performance might be on the stage, and consequently then, both of those pieces go into the black box environment, the stage and the house where the audience is sitting is all mixed as one space. So we're looking right now at a variety of size areas, but somewhere between 100, 120 seats, and whether or not we should do something larger. The size area that you're seeing here is between 175 and 200. And there's a lot of flexibility and variability in each one of those, but these are kind of industry standard square footages for audience capacity within that range. The smaller the stage, if you have a single speaker, for example, you can get a lot more than 120 in the example on the left. And if you have a really large ensemble performance, you might have less than 200 in the example on the right. But some of the variability factors for audience capacity that we're really wanting to understand better is, is this for IMS centered facility? Is this shared with Mercer Island High School in any way? Is it a community use theater space? And what, if any, rental attraction would the district like to offer? Certainly for outside users, there's going to be a certain audience size that makes the finances work better to renting venues. So those are some of the questions that we're going to have as we roll in through the summer. The other component of that is there's the audience space, and then there's a variety of different levels of support that we can offer in a backstage and a front of house capacity. So on the top side, you see where we might have some shared use with some of our school spaces. So if we were thinking about renting it out, maybe we're opening a few classrooms, provide green room functionality, etc. The models on the bottom, you can see, have grown because they're more independent. So it would allow a rental or a use from an outside of Islander that would be not reliant on opening up any classrooms or other spaces. And so there's a variety of different conversations and scales that we have yet to have here. No determination really has been made. When we are thinking about sharing our space as well from a drama perspective, we're also trying to identify what's the scale of space that then would be could be available for Islander drama, even if it's rented out. So if you had someone using it, either if it's Mercer Island High School, you might have a show running a couple of weekends, then the black box is occupied. Where does drama really happen during that period of time? So studying all of these different interrelated, interconnected kind of program opportunities both with leadership group as well as with numbers and program. The second piece of that is orchestra and music program at Islander have really been highly successful since the original educational specification was written. Lots of conversation about, with that growth, there's some elbows that are overlapping and some spaces that are really creating kind of flexibility and conversation discussions around capacity and the number of practice areas and rehearsal spaces that might be needed. So we're currently looking as well, is there expansion within the music program programmatically? The music program was built in its entirety as part of phase 5. The question we have now in front of us is there program opportunities or program need that suggests that we would want to add, whether it's additional choir space or orchestra space? And then can that space be shared in any way with other programs so that we're minimizing the space, the square footage impact and growth of the program? So our big question really, as we're moving on, is how can we add to the program with easy adjacency and continuity of program in a way that makes the most sense, and we haven't made any decisions, but just wanted to bring those forward. A program area opportunity is around the growth and success of both STEM, STEAM, CCR, a hands-on learning, innovation and creativity everywhere, and the types of spaces and places that can happen. It can happen in classrooms. It can also happen in shared learning spaces and in dedicated labs. And so one of the pieces that we're really talking about is what is the adjacency for spaces that would allow the most program flexibility. What you see on the left-hand side is a conversation really around, maybe multiple storage areas that are opening into what is a shared innovation space that then supported in the left-hand side might be more of a STEAM model where maybe art and robotics or technology are both accessing that space. And in the right-hand side, maybe more of a STEM model, what it might be really closely associated with the sciences and the engineering. So also just having those conversations about what type of space and interconnectivity between the program areas and the pathways between IMS and Mercer Island High School will help to define this for us for sure. And those conversations are really robust and ongoing. Lots of conversations about designing for the future, robotics, but including drone, ability to fly drones within the building. So super fun conversations around space.
That'll be my off.
And then really understanding how does we would love to put innovation spaces everywhere, but how does it actually work? Is it distributed so that it's immediately outside of all classrooms where our shared learning spaces really have access to technology and water and creativity and it's all immediate right there? Or is this all centered into a place where there's a lot of dynamic interplay between the program hubs, but it's more of a destination for our classroom environments? And the creativity everywhere conversation, in addition to those highly technical spaces that would be designed to support our robotics and our STEM and our arts, is really the idea of, can we create opportunities? It was noted, I think, that our shared learning spaces right now are fantastic for the space that they offer, but if they were enriched with materials or water or other components, how much more creative the staff can be. And so really understanding how we might tune or tweak some of the shared learning and exterior from teaching spaces. So this is taking a look at, can we create a space that's still adjacent? What works really well is the teaching space can flow out into that place. But how can we support it with more storage, with more of that small group learning space that you see there, with some shared innovation space, and really create a functional classroom that could be assigned at times or open and flexible at others, but it has the kind of sense of a lab space for everyone to use. I think you want to add any?
Well, I wonder, Doug, if you want to add anything. I mean, Doug has been, teaching 30 years at Issaquah Middle. Issaquah Middle? Whoa, that was supposed to be. Yeah, we want to talk. I learned Middle 30 years and has taught in all 3 buildings and, really has a great sense and it's kind of guided this conversation. So I don't know if we want to add anything.
Oh, I don't know, you put me on the spot.
When I started in '94, that was a brand new remodel of the middle school and went to the new wing and now I'm in the new building. So I've seen all parts of it, and the common space outside of my learning space is instrumental, and we use it all the time. We use it for kids who just need a quiet place to go and read, or we use it for expanding lab activities out in that space. Like Carrie uses it quite a bit for the physics stuff that she does with the sixth grade science, because it just gives kids more space to be more creative and have an opportunity to work and learn. So it's that type of an innovation hub would be greatly used by just about everybody.
And on that same piece in the conversation about, do we continue the learning pod structure where we have a discrete number of classrooms that are really shared and clustered around a space? Or do we move towards something that is more integrated, and allows some of the shared learning spaces to be a variety of different sizes and appurtenances, so teachers and staff have not just one model, but many spaces that they can go to really tune their learning activities in those places. Which gets us really to capacity. Again, we're still putting the pieces together about all those different program opportunities, the square footages that might be coming with that, and then tying that together with our capacity. So for today, we're going to keep it a slightly separated conversation. Capacity is really number of students that we're housing. What we know is the 2014 educational specification was really designed around 1,123 students, to be very specific, just to respect that work. The existing building with all of the amount of square footage that we currently have, both classic building and new building, gives us an overall capacity of almost 1,300 square feet. And we know that right now capacity is somewhere around 1,000. And so we have two scenarios that we're looking at, and we can tell a little bit more in depth. This really is around the number of teaching stations. A teaching station is a space that is assigned typically 5 of 6 periods a day for a teacher in a learning group. It doesn't, for example, an open shared learning space that is not assigned would not be considered a teaching station in this analysis, just to be clear. There's a variety of intermixing between scenario 2 and scenario 1, but really what we're finding both from, this is just a pure mathematical numeric accounting for capacity. We're going to be somewhere between 45 and 51 total teaching spaces. And when we looked at it again, driven by our our main schedule and our target capacity, we find that same range of 51 to 45. And so we haven't settled exactly on which side of that edge we might fall. But just knowing that there's a lot of conversation about efficiency, being respectful of the resources the community is offering, not wanting to build too large, but also have program exploration and flexibility in the way in which the educational program is organized. We're going to be kind of in that range, just to kind of within that piece. The 2014 ed spec identified about 50 teaching stations, and you can see some of the places where we're feeling like we might be higher or lower. For example, it was originally identified for 2R. Right now we're projecting 1, but with a second space that's flexible within that would allow part expansion. Fred, do you have a question?
No, I'm just tracking.
Yeah. And then there are other places where we've already mentioned, we might be using some of that square footage or growth to provide space for black box or other pieces. So this, without looking at the overall square footage, just wanted to engage the conversation around capacity. And you'll see in our site activities, we are identifying a place on campus. If we go towards the lower number, that in addition, that makes sense, for the district over time. This gets us to a place where we believe we're going to be somewhere between 155 and 170 overall square feet for the project. That is a number that includes phase 1. This is not phase 2 only. All of this analysis is phase 1 and phase 2 combined. The 2014 ed spec had identified just under 159,000 square feet. Again, the existing classic building plus is just under 181,000 square feet. So there has been some growth of program areas into spaces that are open and available. And what we're talking about will be some compaction and back into maybe a little bit more resource efficiency. So those conversations, again, just wanted to kind of say where we are finding right now the range might fall. These are the variables that as we bring forward choices for the district and the board to make, again, variables include number of teaching stations, that black box theater and all of the components that go into the size of that, whether or not there's a music program expansion, whether or not we actually create shared STEM, STEAM, CCR spaces that are then programmed, or whether they're open resources. for anyone to use at any time. Modernization, what if any, that's what curiosity that we have, depending on where all of this falls in, and then provisions for future capacity expansion. All of these will come we're gonna try to package it for you in a really easy, understandable way to understand, if we're affording a certain amount of square footage, what are the program opportunities that come with that, and what are the costs as we move into the fall. Which brings us to site opportunities. We're gonna tag team this, so, okay. Site opportunities, our goals, coming back to those, being cohesive with the existing building and large conversations about being cohesive, and what does that mean, with regard to design, safe environment during construction. You'll see as we dive into this, where we want to build is probably right in the middle of where we have student occupancy, and so making sure that we have a clear, connected, easy, safe environment during construction. One roof and what that means. And then I think the biggest component that we've heard over and over again from students, from staff, and from our leadership team is ease of supervision and circulation. Circulation specifically, as we know, there's a lot of students that are moving that can create stress and anxiety, that can create conflict. And so are there ways for us to actually think about multiple paths of movement that are within a safe boundary? So the original idea for Islander was to continue extending north. And through the conversations, I think the biggest shift that we're seeing is really a desire to extend north, but to wrap back, so that we have multiple paths of movement. We have, more than one main spine. We have safe exterior spaces where students can choose to use the courtyards to move between spaces and places, to create kind of a really interconnected and a relational environment where everyone is closer together.
Active edges that really engage that internal space, like this diagram is suggesting.
Yeah. So what we know about activating internal courtyards is that it often comes with putting desire points in multiple locations around the edges. So the green diagrams may be where your commons or where admin or where a student center is, or highly desirable places where you're gonna have a lot of student movement and flow. Those magnets then kind of create movement through courtyards. When you don't have those, you see sort of stagnant courtyard use where if they're surrounded by classrooms, for example, you have to really decide to move through the courtyard, which tends to not happen. So trying to understand how then any of those spaces that for the building site development diagrams are really going to reinforce that movement pattern. You want to take it from here?
Sure, and I think, at a broad level, what we're trying to do right now is also just understand the rules of the site. There are a lot of existing conditions, there's significant trees, there are wetlands, we have, a lot of different zoning, kind of fire egress elements, but the idea of porosity and creating the sense of kind of movement, there's a lot of different opportunity spaces in terms of how we get ingress and egress from the site.
And as well as really respecting the conversations that the district has had already with neighbors and neighborhood, and any improvement or change that we would want to take what already works and make it work better, and not necessarily change or change safe, just to keep that flow going. Yeah,
and to Joanne's point, I think one thing we're also doing is looking at options. We're looking at testing multiple scenarios, and with preservation of existing resources at the top of mind, but really understanding kind of what are all the sort of different variables that maybe we might be able to sort of work together to manipulate moving forward. Fire access and emergency vehicle access, certainly kind of a key driver. We're going to get into the weeds on this right now, but that'll be an important thing as we think about any future diagrams, how we maintain and improve emergency vehicle access. There's stormwater. These are some of the kind of variables or site analysis layers that we've been thinking about. The existing swale in the middle, of course, but then there may be other opportunities to kind of engage not only functional stormwater systems, but also learning opportunities that are tied with that for curriculum students. This is really about looking at the idea of kind of the existing buildings, how we sort of think about their condition. There's a lot of forensics about things that we can and can't touch relative to mechanical systems or structure that the team is thinking about. And so these are just really kind of looking at some opportunity spaces in program. You know, if you want to talk a little bit more about kind of the connections, but that
Yeah.
multiple circulation.
What you're seeing here is a concept of a consolidated kind of interior street. The light blue is really movement and flow and access. Dark blue is kind of teaching environment and dedicated space. Just to start to understand how this might then tie back to the existing building. In the existing building, light gray again is movement space, dark gray is kind of own space. So we're looking at a high level, understanding where entry might be, how movement might connect, how the courtyards might function. And you'll see a series, there's about 4 different opportunities. For example, this one builds in a similar location, but really opens up courtyards in different ways and really thinks about that network of spaces, not as internal, but really as external, still safe, behind safe boundaries, but really identifying clear spaces for academics and for public use. Looking at it again in a way that brings that public use out front, and kind of consolidates, and even this one brings more paths of movement to the existing building, creating almost a figure 8, and opportunities to move through the courtyards as well as other patterns.
I should mention that you saw images of like the physical models and kind of moving blocks now with the steering committee and leadership group. These are sort of reflections of those conversations where we're kind of opening up just a variety of different kind of possible scenarios to think about.
And then similar to the first one where it was an interior street, this one is a similar diagram, but an exterior connected kind of linear courtyard organization. The last slide sort of has all 4 side by side. Again, these are just beginning to now listen to the site. We've listened a lot to the program and the users, listening to the site, putting those 2 pieces together, really looking at it from a figure ground perspective. So how might students be moving, where entry might be? And then the next step for us will be to dive in. We had maybe, 10 different development opportunities that we took to the leadership group really for consideration based on the input from the staff and students and that 3-dimensional work. These were the 4 that kind of floated up to the top. And so this is the place where for our summer work to really begin. We're also considering where additions might go on any of these. Some of them are easier or harder to continue to grow should capacity increase in the future for the district, or if decisions are to tighten down the number of teaching spaces, what would allow where allowance for growth might happen, as well as then thinking about the next slide, which is how much of the site area do each of the options really leave open and available for other investigations the district might have in the future? We know land is really critical. How can we create opportunities for you to really think about any opportunity that you may imagine coming down the pipeline? And that brings us to next steps.
Well, before you even jump there, one of the things that really spoke to me about the potential images is my hope for Islander is a place where it is Islander Middle School, not the new building, the 300 building, the classic building, that it isn't just a series of different buildings, but it really is our school. And for me, as soon as they brought that image around and it became one place, did it feel whole to me, instead of this idea of we'd have what would be currently the new building and then a new building added on, and so we're still old and new. I really love the unification of the idea of one school.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, I think the sense of creating a heart and creating a sort of unification, because all these diagrams speak to that in different ways. So we'll be testing all the variables to see how things play out. And next steps, I'm not sure. James, do you want to take us on with next steps?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you can tell, we've got a lot of understanding on the program of the site. And so we're really pulling that together now. We're going to be collaborating with a cost estimator, meeting with the city, working as a interdisciplinary structural, mechanical, electrical, civil engineers, kind of really creating some concept designs to test these ideas. How can we pull all these programs under one group? How can we fit it on a site and maintain the existing school during construction, et cetera, et cetera. And so this will be developing options. We will be costing those options. There's going to be variations within those options. Maybe that's looking at different scales of black box program or the number of teaching stations. It's gonna test, can we build it all in one phase? Or given the locations of the 100, 200, and 300 building, will it take multiple phases? Are portables required? We'll be synthesizing this into probably 2 or 3 recommendations, options, in the fall, then, that will have understanding of cost, they'll have an understanding of the schedule. And then we can bring those options to you.
Thank you.
So I think we bumped up against our time here, but welcome any questions or thoughts that you all have.
I mean, I like the connectedness and I think it's really good for safety and like having it all be one building. And I'm also really proud and happy that like students had like serious and like good suggestions rather than just being like, oh, like add a Starbucks. So like
That's a yes and.
so I'm glad that like they're getting engaged and that it seems like it's on a really good track. Thank you.
I like I have to admit that when I first saw the thing about outdoor learning, I was kind of like, what? We live in Seattle, like, you know, like outdoor learning, like envisioning kids sitting out there in the rain. You know, but understanding it a little bit better now after your presentation, I think that it fits together really nicely with what you're trying to do with kind of tying together the whole, you know, the whole school as kind of like one entity. And I really like how you're thinking about the locations of things and just being really thoughtful about like, you know, what draws kids from one place to another. But I did think the kid suggestions were really great, like add roundabouts in the hallway, like that was great.
No one's suggested moving sidewalks.
Yeah, they also have like slide ideas. So it's a fire situation we could get in.
Thank you for that. Thanks.
Checks. So this is my brain process, and it's not a lot of questions, but I just I thought I was taking notes here. I will say that I noticed that you mentioned the acoustics and with the open spaces, as somebody that speaks English as second language, it is important that those open spaces do minimize those
Absolutely.
kind of extra noises. And I guess that is also true for people that have that are very sensitive to different external.
Yeah.
Yes, so just making sure that it is very hard for you to have a very loud space, I don't know, subtitles to really focus on what the teacher or whoever is looking. But the other question is going back into history, 4 years ago that COVID happened with this shared spaces that has. Are there any standards that are recommended that if we ever go into a pandemic, besides the airflow, like do you have closed spaces or anything that it is, or we just are?
I could lean in here. So it'll be the same mechanical engineer who did phase 1, phase 2. It was nice to have continuity because a lot of phase 1 built some of the main head end mechanical equipment, and the phase 1 was built well to accommodate good airflows within the classrooms and learning spaces. And so Tony only had to do some more minor tweaks for the pandemic to meet the CDC recommendations for airflow, air changes, air filtration. And so we're going to be using a lot of the same systems in this next phase.
Okay.
I think Christina, also the idea of indoor outdoor spaces and flexibility where there's sort of just additional accessory options for spaces to be utilized if there was an event like that as part of the background thinking.
And I will say my background is in public health too, so this compares me to my and these are just brain process and probably needed to be in those exercises that when you also say open spaces, then I am thinking back to last week and the shelter in place that happened in Seattle. So taking that into account, just saying that it's on our mind as parents, how the security and the safety of the space it is for families. So yes.
That's been at the front of a lot of the conversations too, you know, around like outdoor learning or outdoor circulation. Right now, the campus is very permeable, and how out in the building, maybe wrap and create safer space. More.
But at the same time, love freedom, like,
Yeah,
outdoors, right?
exactly.
Yeah, and I am, yes, it's complicated, so, and I think that's. And I do love it, so it's fun, so, and I love the box, the black box space, I think that's a lot of fun, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's great. I think, kind of what's going through well, first of all, like what Fred said, like, okay, let's go, right? No, but the things that's just kind of, and I know that these are gonna be answered through time, but just the issues that are going through my head is one of the things that we heard a lot. When Northwood was built was, in terms of the access to light, to natural light, and then also safety, as people are like, okay, is that really safe? I haven't heard of it really much since. I also don't have an elementary school student, but we heard that a lot. I know you guys are up with like the current trends and safety and all that and really balancing all of those things. So that's kind of one thing that has gone through my mind. In terms of the outdoor space, as long as the goats remain. Gotta tell you, that is it's such a community draw that it's like, and I think with the stormwater stuff, I don't know how that, that's just been an amazing opportunity. No, I'm joking on that, but not really. And then just also, I really appreciate the future planning and the adaptability of space, because as we come in and finish this building, it's going to the bottom of the list. And it's gonna be however many decades before it's really significantly touched again. And we know, based on our experience, that educational opportunities and needs are gonna change. And so, really looking at that in terms of how are we gonna be able to manage those changes in a way that isn't gonna mean demolishing a school and rebuilding it for 50 to 60 years, if our trends are hold true, unless the state comes up and pays for our facilities, but I think that's not gonna happen. So anyways, those are a few of the things. I didn't write them all down as they were kind of hitting my brain, but those are just the things that I'm looking forward to. I think one, I know you guys have taken into account, and I don't need to, even just a yes is fine. Like, I don't need to know details, but in terms of the new building, the newer building, the new existing building, not the net income building, are there spaces there that haven't been utilized in the way that was anticipated that can then be, refunctioned? Like, there's the giant commons, and then there's the upper commons, and then there's the two gyms. I'm not down there, you guys are down there. And so like, are those all spaces that are utilized well that maybe we wanna, or not, and do we want to transform some of them? So like a yes, that's been a discussion, is perfectly, I don't need to know details, but I know, okay.
Yes, it's definitely in the conversation.
I figured, so, anyways, I love community and the outdoor spaces and the courtyards. One thing, it makes me so sad to go into the high school and to see this beautiful courtyard that, is so underutilized because there's the lack of access and all that. And so just really looking for, not criticizing them, that was a long time ago, but just the opportunities that we have and the outdoor learning. And, us parents are like, oh, but it's Seattle and it's raining. The kids don't care. They're natives. Just put, put on their parkas, they're good to go. So, and then also, I assume you mean accessories like, covers and things like, anyways, it's just, I'm really excited to see what they come up with. And those are just the questions I have now that I know are gonna get answered, so.
You actually raise a really good point, though, that since this is the last time in quite a while that we'll be doing anything, I assume, to this set of buildings. We kind of want to anticipate the educational trends that are coming and kind of build for that. So we may be building a little bit ahead of where we're actually at right now in terms of educational practice, but kind of being prepared, sort of getting ahead of ourselves a little bit so that it will endure, so that it's not going to be, 10 years and everyone's like, oh my God, nobody teaches in classrooms anymore, right? Or whatever.
Nobody's in common spaces anymore.
Right.
The Starbucks we're gonna put on level 2 is kind of really.
Exactly.
That's a very fair comment. definitely, you know, saying about that.
And I will say that anticipating what things are changing, I know that maybe the capacity of having solar panels might not be right now with the laws that we have in place. But maybe building with capacity of if things change, that we can become even more environmentally friendly and that we have that capacity to, when allowed, to put more things in place or that the rate is now done first instead of results. I don't know, thinking of what are the changes that we're also are happening in our environment too, or fire system or whatever it is.
Yeah. Same thing also with like, as I know you're taking into consideration, like increasing temperatures.
Yeah. And lots of conversations, just resilience and a responsibility are definitely top of the list. We didn't go into depth today. There's been a lot of conversation and groundwork set, so happy to share next time we come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all so much.
So thank you.
Thank you.
After a 3-minute break. We get started. So we're only running 20 minutes late, right? Yeah, 20 minutes late. What?
All right.
Hey, that's, except our 5-minute break isn't really gonna help us. Okay. So we're now talking about, welcome Malum Architects, and talking about, our high school.
So this is, it's really. Yeah, I guess intellectually, I understood that they're two different projects, but as you see them unfold. It like really hits you about how different the two projects are and you already saw. An hour download for you or front load. Before this meeting, and then as you saw that presentation, you really get the sense of, when you're dealing with new space and, the design is so much different than this project, which is all about how do we take existing space and do something innovative and different, but just like that other team, this one's been hard at it, working with Nick and the team at the high school and engaging, and the reason why we put a presentation, or Malum put that presentation ahead of time, versus having Methuen do the same, is simply because of that complexity and knowing that we're gonna need some inputs from you as we head off, just because of, everybody wants something, but you can't do everything all in one. And so there has to be some prioritization and some coming together. And so some of that engagement is going to be really important. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Brandon. So.
You did a nice job of summarizing. We talked from the very beginning about how different these two projects are and how the work of each design team is very different. And I think Malum's, done a wonderful job with the assistance of our fearless leader, Nick. So I'm just eager for you to see that. Just to remind you, I think you met some of these people at the, we did the contract award back in March. But Becky is our project manager, and Sunny is project architect, and David Mount, who is principal at Maine. So I'm just leading off.
Yep, I'll kick us off. So thank you all. We're very excited to be here because it is a milestone moment for the work that we're doing, and to take a moment to pause and reflect and get your input will be really important to help us move forward. I also acknowledge you, Fred supported us in putting forth the video ahead of time. We're going to go through a lot of that same content, but a little bit more summary form. So we will pause to be able to answer questions that you may already have, but we will try to go through many of those same slides and maybe jumping over more quickly some sections of it. We definitely want to get your feedback there. One person that was in that video, Claudia Saunders, wasn't able to be here today. She's been fundamental in our engagement process. So that was even an additional benefit of being able to put the video forward as well. In addition to this team and Brandy and Nick, for sure, I want to acknowledge Ed and Tony, who've been a continual part of our leadership team. We also had Jamie Prescott, as well as Clay Loggery, as part of our leadership team, as well as Matt. And I'll say we'll talk about the composition of our various committees, but unfortunately, Ava had to leave, but she was part of our guidance and evaluation team, and we've had 3 fantastic students on that. We'll talk a bit more about that. So let's see, is this? Someone may need to click on the screen for this to work. Not sure if that's. There we go. There we are. Oh, thanks. Perfect. Thank you. But today, as you've heard, we want to update you on the planning process. We certainly want to, and you saw it in the video, how there was a great deal of outreach to many different constituents in the process. But also just answer any clarification around the needs. Really, the outcome of this first phase has been identifying those needs. We want to make sure it's clear to you and how we intend to take forward the information we've learned to date. So that's what we hope to get out of it, as well as clearly answering any of your questions. Our agenda is described, and as you've seen, the process, we'll do an overview. Becky will share us there. We are going to go quickly through how we engaged because there was so much detail there. But again, we're happy to pause and answer any questions on that. And then spending a lot of our time on what we've learned to date, where the needs are, and how we're going forward. So with our process overview, we started off with our leadership team really putting together this statement or this here, just because we knew we were going to be talking to a lot of people. And we wanted to be really clear about what our scope and what the intent of this exercise was. We didn't want anyone to think that we were going to be building a building this fall or, something of that nature through these questions. We also, wanted to let them know this is going to be a very transparent, open process. But ultimately, we were coming up with priorities that would be recommendations to the school board, who ultimately would make decisions. And then ultimately the voters make a decision whether any of this will go forward in the bond. So we talked about how we were going to do that, clearly listening to everyone with regard to the high school and to uncover all of the needs. There was really this desire to come in and say, there are no preconceived ideas here. We want to hear everything and we'll share that with you in some of unfiltered form today. And then we're going to be exploring various options. But we also wanted to clarify these two other bullet points on the side that one, unlike some of the recent other work at the high school, we likely will not be adding square footage. So we're not going to be doing major additions or major tear downs and rebuilds. Just wanted to be clear about that and make sure that everyone's expectations see that. And that, as Brandy and Fred said, we're not going to be able to do everything for sure with this next message. So we're going to hear a lot of things. We know there are going to be many more needs than we're going to be able to do, but we just wanted to set the stage that just because we heard it and that there was, it was expressed a need, that doesn't necessarily mean it was going to rise to the priority. Clearly, the bottom goal was where we started. Ultimately, this is really about making a positive impact on that student experience at that school and Crest. So this was, I think, useful, and I think for the most part, there hasn't been a lot of confusion about what we're doing as very intentional about this step. And that's the Becky who's going to walk through what that process has looked like to date.
Thank you. Well, Fred really teed it up, and it applies for both us and the middle school team, which is that we understand what our finish line is, and that is, to put a proposal out to the voters of Mercer Island next spring. And in order to do that, we have to work backwards, have a recommendation to you, the school board, in November of this year. So that's really helped us structure how we're going to use the time since we onboarded this past spring. So we've broken it up, and it was great to see the middle school presentation before, to see some alignment as to how we've approached these projects. The phase that we are just concluding now, we call our gathering phase. Again, this is where we are, collecting all of the inputs we need. And with, the update to you today, we'll be launching into our summer work, which is our testing phase. So how then do we work with everything that we've heard? You can see all of the icons in there to say we're going to be, doing design scenario testing, integrating constructability feedback, adding the cost layer to it, and whatnot. And then ultimately, when people come back in the fall, that'll be our prioritizing phase. So again, how do we take what we've tested and then start to give some hierarchy and prioritization to that? That again comes back to community input. So this gathering phase, what the questions that we're really asking is who, is this community, this wonderful community of Mercer Island High School and Crest, and what do they care about? We asked what are their needs, what are their wants, and how can those things be harmonized? Because this is about bringing harmony and consensus to the disparate things that we've been hearing from them. And so the different steps that we've gone through along the way, as David's already introduced, our process in this phase is really to ask and to listen and to observe. And the outcomes of this are to really co-create a community upheld vision and guiding principles. We needed to understand utilization in order to quantify opportunity spaces. The middle school talked a bit about utilization, and we've run a similar really robust analysis here at the high school. And finally, an outcome of this phase is to generate that clear needs list and the menu of potential strategies to address them. So let's talk a little bit about these groups of who's been working with us in this phase. And this is where we can tap on the many people also in this room outside the design team who have been part of this. So 3 distinct groups who have all served a unique purpose in this work. To start with our leadership team, and that's who David called out earlier, and Nick has just done such a wonderful centralizing voice in that. And you know, leadership team have, yeah. The leadership team has been wonderful in not only helping us, you know, helping to guide our process, but also be that sounding board as to what we are hearing out in the community and how we are working with that information. The second is the school design guidance and evaluation team. We just love this name. We started with a blank slate saying, what are we going to call it? And Nick helped us land here, and we fondly shorthanded to the GET. And as Nick said, just because we're going to go get them. The group has really embraced that term. I've never met another school community who have called themselves that. So I just love how it is very uniquely Mercer Island High School at this point. And, you know, the purpose here is to be a diverse representation of the different communities within the high school, and that is, you know, acknowledging that there is main campus and there is also Crest. And as you can see by that makeup, we have students, we have teachers, we have coaches, we have administrators, and we have parents. The leadership team, some members like Nick have sat within the GET, and others have actually stayed outside of the GET. And they, you know, we've seen communities kind of organize it both ways. And what I heard is that they really wanted this group to feel empowered to be their own voice and not feel like they had, you know, outside maybe administrative or leadership influence coming into them. And what that group is doing is, because of their unique perspectives and ways that they are tapped into their community, they are helping us, again, make meaning out of all of the input that we were collecting from the broader group. And that leads us to our third, which is really that school community. And again, wonderful to see the middle school's activities. And, you know, we had kind of parallels as well at the high school. The activities we did there, you know, were a survey that was open to all students, all staff, and parents and coaches and booster clubs and the like. We had dedicated workshops with the Student Senate. We had a really great conversation with the PAC, the Parent Advisory Council. We had engagement boards that were at the school, both with us facilitating and just left for people to input on for about 2 weeks. We did walks with administration, with leadership, with facilities, and with staff, so that instead of sitting at a table and listening to their needs, we were actually in their space, and they were saying, you see how that doesn't work, and you see what's going on over there, and we were able to actually observe how people were using, how the space was directing their days. And then actually there's an activity here called the Future of Learning Workshop. And it was really wonderful, Maggie, to hear your question and observation to the last team about how do we know, how are we not designing for today, but designing for tomorrow? And so this has been a really fun effort and activity, not one that we have reported out on robustly in this presentation. But one that will certainly be central to the work we have going forward. And with all of that, Fred, Nick, anything else you'd like to add to our community input?
I would just comment that I think our last GET meeting that we had was really powerful for me to see that people came in with a focused group or energy or bias even, but yet they were able to put that aside to think about the greater good and the purpose of why we were meeting and coming together. And that's really hard to do when we have so many things that they want to prioritize, yet that the last meeting was really wonderful to see people saying, well, I'll put my thing aside in my voting so that I can really think about the greater good of our school and where we really need to go. So I thought it was thoughtful, not only from the students who had some really fun perspectives inside of there. I wish Ava could speak to it today, but even students were able to put it aside as we really think about the greater good, and families as well, parents that are represented on that same group. So I'm proud of that work, especially in our last session for sure.
I'm looking forward, I mean, I appreciate that part of it so much, because especially like in comparison to middle school. It's really we know we can't do everything, so it's really choosing, and so much of it is important, and really focusing on community and not pitting groups against each other, but really supporting each other. And then I just really look forward to seeing, how those are chosen, and then also the communication from those involved. Here was the process we went to. I think that was really beneficial with our long range committee that we did, in terms of how did they get to where they were, and, because those questions we know they're gonna come up from the community. So, how do we then address those in our community engagement later on once those things are selected, and here's how things rose to the top, and not even rose to the top, but there could be a priority that isn't addressed because it just isn't financially feasible right now. And we would have to sacrifice, basically, we could do that, or we could do everything else. So, it's tough choices. So.
Yes, yes. Well, to that, and to start to show you some of the work that group has done, this vision statement came out of the get. And it's because with all of this work, we collected all of these things and we were bringing everything that we're hearing to the get. But what we then test the get was doing is, how do we create a vision statement that helps us know where do we want to go with everything that we have been hearing? And this is where they landed: to create a student-centric, flexible school that fosters belonging, drives innovation, and removes barriers to learning. And from there as well, we said, let's kind of get a little bit more granular and to say, how do we know that we're on course? And that's where these guiding principles come in. And we gave them kind of some starter text, and they said, well, we like that, we really don't like that, let's tune this way, let's adjust that way. So this really is the voice of the community. And so they landed on these four: to encourage personalized passions and interests, to create community and foster belonging through relationships, prioritize holistic health and sustainable comfort, and to embrace innovation and dynamic evolution. So I know that we're going to get a little bit more into these guiding principles later in the presentation. But again, just knowing that you've already seen the presentation, I wanted to pause here and ask if anyone has any questions about these and that process that they went through to get there. So with this, and very much, we're all understanding that we are going to be working within the confines of the existing high school. We truly didn't approach this project with that as a foregone conclusion. We knew through the work of the long range facility plan that was likely the case, but we definitely made sure to pause and check ourselves on that and work with the leadership to say, are the assumptions we made through the long range facility plan right? And what does that, combined with new information that we're learning through a more deep dive process, tell us about what spaces we have and how they want to be used going forward. So this is a snapshot of the high school as it's used today. Teaching stations are any space that Nick and his team can schedule in the master schedule, can be used by a staff member and students for learning during a period of the day. So the current count of that are 73, and they're dividing along these programmatic department lines. Some spaces are used by multiple departments, and again, for the sake of the analysis, we would sort of put it into one camp just to run the numbers, but we certainly have all of that detail tracked. And as we go, forward, we're looking at where are the opportunities. So are all of these spaces, needed to house the Mercer Island community today and into the future? And is this actually the right allocation or distribution of how programs get assigned to them? And these are the factors that we considered when we ran that analysis. First is looking at the projected enrollment, which we set at 1,400. And what we're looking at is a full-time equivalent student number. And this number, 1,400, was arrived at looking at what the Mercer Island projections are, but also considering the impact of open enrollment on that. The 1,400 in our calculations was assumed that we would have a seat for 1,400 students at any time during the day. So if that student was taking a class, they would have a seat. And then we adjusted some of the planning targets that came out of the long range facility plan. And this was really critical work to do because what we learned again through this deeper dive is that we really can't take a sort of peanut butter approach to this and use a single utilization or a single number of students per classroom number to apply to all spaces, but they really have to be tuned by the type of space and the department or the program. So that's where the 80% and 28 students per classroom comes in. And the outcome of that is that we can repurpose and basically take out of the circulation of teaching stations on a classroom or on a school day basis, 3 to 5. The low end 3 is just saying 1,400 students only need 70 teaching stations, not the 73. The 5 is there are some spaces used in the building today, like the robotics lab, like the material science lab, that are so specialized in how they're designed that they can't actually accommodate other programs. But if they become part of that project list, and we can actually design more flexible spaces and move those programs in, we could actually reclaim those spaces and add them into that opportunity pool. Now, pausing here, any questions on these big numbers?
So is that what you were in your presentation?
Yeah.
Video, when you were talking about like repurposing teaching, that's what you meant? Okay.
Yeah. And it really gets to gets to the fact that as we look at the needs categories that we have, some of these, like for example, the restricted program potential and the unmet program demands, these are needs that we heard where the current space allocated to the program is not adequate to meet the program demands. So we're going to need to find new space for that. And so that might mean taking over a space that's currently a teaching station and giving it to ones who sort of take 2 into 1. Or maybe it's, a program that doesn't exist on campus, but we want it to have a home. And so we're going to use some of that space that we're able to reclaim. The other categories are safety, utilization, and access constraints. So really this is about, how are people feeling both physically and emotionally, welcome in the space supporting those feelings. Silo spaces and hidden opportunities. This is where, are some spaces, the issue is people just don't understand what's going on in there, or, these two programs would have such synergy, but they're across the building from each other. And then finally, that inflexible, inefficient, and antiquated learning environment. So what you've seen and you heard in watching that video, us walk through step by step or how those needs, we started to turn them into potential projects. So here's the project or the way that we could actually address that need. So again, overview here, but as you know, the presentation goes further in detail. And we found it very helpful just in order to, we spent a lot of time, and credit to Brandy for not giving up on us as we thought about how do you take, what could be a list of 100 things, and then how do you start to actually organize them so they make sense to us, but more importantly, they can make sense to the community. So we can ask a group like the GET to dig in and wrestle with these things. And then of course, needing to think about in the future, bringing these same ideas to the larger Mercer Island community. So having them categorized by the needs was a really important part. And then within that, subdividing kind of by these common categories of like teaching stations, teaching spaces, crest, athletics, common spaces, and support admin spaces felt very helpful. Okay, so that's that overview of our gathering process. And, we always said what we have to be able to stand behind at the end of this is that we have left no stone unturned. And in having done that, we launch into our testing phase, which is where we're clarifying that potential project scope and adding that lens of cost to it. So this is where we get to start creating design scenarios. That final phase, as already introduced, will be where we're evaluating, prioritizing, and ultimately getting to that recommendation. And again, the GET and the leadership team are going to be the main groups who will be doing that work with us. Now, this how we've engaged section, before I get there, any questions on, we wanted to try to give the overview before we went into the detail. Any questions so far? Okay. This how we've engaged was the section we thought we would skip through more quickly because it has so much detail. So maybe we'll just click through, acknowledge what's on the screen, but please ask to pause and discuss if there's any that you do want to dig into. So this is a deep dive into all of the activities we did in this gathering phase. Excuse me. So again, what I want to call out is you can see how the GET is really the backbone of this work and their regular meetings with us, as well as that leadership team who followed a similar cadence of work. So the first work we did in the GET was understanding community character, identity, and representation. And again, just so wonderful to have Ava and others on that committee. And I want to just call out, in case it wasn't totally clear, I'm sorry, it's underneath the little things, is we actually invited the group to create personas. We had Robin, Aiden, Max, and Anna. And specifically we said, yes, you are a diverse representation of your community, but there are still people not represented in this room. And we invited them to reflect on that and actually to write personas of who they felt was could be a theoretical member of the community, but that was distinctly not present. And so that's where those came up with, and we continue to bring them back to all of our engagements and ask, what would Robin, Aiden, Hannah, and Max do?
Can I make a comment about that?
Please.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was an influential part of that process, so that I hadn't experienced before either, to think about the voices that are not in the room. And I thought that was a really thoughtful approach, and the people that I work with on creating our persona, and it may feel like we're this fictitious person, but no, it's the voice of a real human that we are advocating for in this process. And so I thought that was actually a really powerful step. Because we know that there's voices that are not always at the table, and we want to give a voice to this. And so I thought it was, a powerful part of our time.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say that one of my questions I had, after watching the was it the student population, only the student senate or student leaders? And that was one of my questions, like, how are we hearing from sort of like the lay student or the normie or whatever, I don't know what the word is, like a regular student who's not a high achiever or not involved in school stuff. And I think that's so important as well. Like, people are just going through their day, not people who are being Ava. I think it's really important that maybe this is how you address that, but I think that's, I'm very interested in sort of bringing in the perspective of the swath of middle students who are not neither getting specialized attention on one end or getting specialized attention on the other, but are just making it through high school.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you want to say a couple of ways that was done in addition to the?
Yeah, I wonder, if, as we look at this outreach journey, I think that the student survey was, the survey to which, students were invited to lend their voice was one way we wanted to cast it the widest net possible. The boards, especially when we were standing next to them and we were almost and just short of physically grabbing them and saying, come talk to us, was another. Some of the teachers who we spoke with, like, for example, the CREST teachers, they said, wow, this issue, I really want you talking to two of my students who are working on that issue. So they set up an interview for us. Others were more like, I'm thinking about, is it Kelly John Lewis? When we wanted to learn about his work with the Black Student Alliance, and he said, I'm at this stage, I'm not going to summon a group together, but I'm going to talk to you about the issues that I'm hearing from them. So in those different ways, and you're going to mention.
Well, and even us, when we were observing, we would step into classrooms, and sometimes there would be a pause and even just a 10-minute round table about what was on the students' minds and what, teachers wanted to give that opportunity for students to, give us that easy feedback. We're there, what do you want to tell these people? And so that was another opportunity. So yeah. But
you want to hear just a little bit about what the personas were that you guys developed?
Oh, yes, like what were some of the traits that came forward in them? I've got a couple of mine. Do you have any?
Well, we had the actual description in each of those sheets. I don't know if you have one of those things, but I'd say, at least for our team, we were looking around the room of what type of populations were not currently in the room. So we didn't have a student representative at Crest. So part of that group was actually to go and spend time at Crest as the team and design team to be on site at Crest, talking with those students. So it was again, teasing out who else was not in the room. And so that was one in particular from our group, which is what Voight was not at the table.
I'll also say, because we invited a reflection prior to creating the personas around our own personal identities and lived experiences, both those that you can see and just kind of wear publicly and those that you maybe cannot. So I think there was an acknowledgement that ability, physical ability was not, or disability was not represented in the room. And so some personas incorporated elements of that. Trending to a younger student was not in the room because I think our student representatives are older. I think there was an acknowledgement of maybe cultural diversity. And so I think one, maybe they identified as Jewish. And so thinking about identity through that lens.
Yeah, able-bodied was a conversation that one of the groups that I was with of like how they operate in our building. Because everybody in my group was of able-bodied and all of their background were people working within other able-bodied people. So they were trying to think, okay, so if I was not that person, how would I operate in this building currently? What are the limitations currently? And we talked about some of those. There's a small lift at the end of one of our hallways and so forth, and what that looks like for that student to access it and the key access that they need, or they have to go to another on-ramp. So again, I think that was powerful to think that we're all able-bodied and we assume that these things work, and that's not the case.
And I know in the video presentation, one of the issues that came up was like better connections between, say hallways that kind of go like this, and then kids have to go all the way back up and around. And if you're like even just temporarily disabled, like on crutches, that's a much bigger deal.
And that's a real daily thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just think of another personality trait they identified, like the introvert, like the quiet one, right? Because I think these groups tend to attract those that are a little bit more forward. So the kid who eats lunch by themselves in the hallway.
So I actually had a question about this, just, and maybe you're gonna address this, but people have talked the whole time that I've been on the board about how to kind of integrate Crest kids better with the me in high school and vice versa. And as I was watching the video, I was like, I wonder if, and this is maybe the exact opposite of what anyone from Crest actually wants. Like I was, spitballing in my head, and I was thinking, I wonder if it would be helpful for kids at Crest to have kind of like an embassy at the main high school building, kind of like a little room that they could like dump their stuff in, or like I have heard when visiting Crest, kids say that maybe they have like a class at the high school and then they come back to eat lunch because it's quieter to eat lunch at Crest, and that commons is just like overwhelming from like a sensory perspective or like an anxiety perspective or whatever. And I was just kind of like, I don't know if as you go forward, if there's ever any chance to ask folks from Crest. I just thought, like, for me, if I were there, it might be nice to feel like I had my own kind of space.
Yeah.
So.
We certainly, you heard that, the need of bringing the school closer together, and all, there's a lot of going back and forth. And so short of physically moving the space, I love these creative ideas about thinking about how do you bring Peace of Crest into the main campus.
Right, like maybe you have a class at the high school and then you have a break for an hour and then you have another class, like maybe you have like a quiet sensory hangout space that other people could access as well.
Right, I mean, hopefully those types of qualities will be able to.
Yeah.
And this is kind of on point. I wasn't really sure when to bring this up. Just, before I came on the board a few years ago, that was one of my thoughts is Crest students are so siloed. And but then after, doing site visits and meeting with students, a lot of them want that separate space, but yet how do we create that separate space and allow easy transitions as well? And one of the things that's come up more in the first facilities planning committee than the second, because it just wasn't really a focus in this one, is I worry that I just want to keep it as part of the conversation and not necessarily that it's something that we do now, but I worry that by saying we're not going to change the footprint of the high school, are we closing off opportunities and frankly making it cost more in the long run than it needs to be? For example, when we were the first committee looking at, unused space and frankly, the whole footprint of the high school part of the mega block, right? So we know that parking's an issue. We know that Crest is a little bit farther than what people might want, and yet wanting to prioritize having that separate space for a variety of reasons. And then is the JV field used, for reasonable? We've got an administration building that is, not functioning well, and necessarily meeting our needs. And then we've got big programmatic educational things that need to happen, black box, robotics labs, like bigger classrooms. So what is the best way to do that? And one thing that came up and honestly, like something that I've been thinking of for a long time, and it doesn't have to, I'm just looking at the problem. I don't have a set way of how it needs to be solved. But are we short-sighting ourselves by not looking at, maybe using that JV field and restructuring some of the mega block? And would this be the right time to do it? Or is that just something that we want to look down the road 10, 15, 20 years? In terms of creating a new structure that's more part of the high school complex that can address Crest on one floor, the admin on one floor, some of these specialized classrooms on one floor, that creates all of those learning opportunities and new space, using a piece of land that isn't really used well at all, at least right now, in terms of the JV field. In fact, that groups actually specifically look to not have to get stuck with. Seriously, and then also, as we have the transportation and the maintenance, and then parking is an issue, and frankly, could we level all this and make it parking, or whatever? Like, is not looking at that at this point in time the right thing, or is that something that we really need to put off based on our enrollment needs, based on our budget needs? Like, I just want to make sure that we're not, because being part of both committees, I don't feel like that was really part of this later committee's conversation, and that we recognize the educational needs, but we didn't really say, like, is this the best way to do that? And so I just want to make sure that as part of that conversation this is the best way to address these needs, both programmatically and financially now, and then, the next phase or whatever. So I just want to make sure that those questions are being asked, and this is really the best way to address all of those concerns, because I don't know how we're gonna address parking without creating more space for parking, because we know how much it's gonna cost to either dig down or build up for parking. And space is it's a defined space, right? So anyway, so I just wanted to see how those questions are being addressed. You know what I mean?
Well, this is a good time for you to be poking us with those types of questions, because I would say, in the scope that we have, the way we've approached this, that sort of master planning of the whole campus has not been for where we started. But it's a good, you're right. We want to make sure that the decisions today aren't going to preclude some of those.
And if it is, if the answer is like, that's 10, 15, 20 years down the road after we finish kind of everything else that we're doing, that's okay. I just want to make sure that it's part of the overall conversation.
Yeah, I think it's, a full scale, plan of, all of the space and Director and I have talked about this, there's the element of what do we need right now in terms of program and spaces for students, and then what are we going to need as facilities age or whatnot. And this is a multi, whether or not it's 2 bond measures that we're looking at in this long range facility plan, or 3 that will continue to evolve and be this board and future boards' decisions. Also in terms of, what's the size of the bond that we're looking at and that we're stacking. And so what does that look like with one not going off? And I think that's where we kind of landed with, this was the right size, but perhaps the project that you're helping us to start thinking about is, let's not wait too long, just like we did with the elementaries, we just kind of put them aside and then we didn't really have a plan for them. So I'm hearing, we probably need to start thinking about what does it look like from 86th to 92nd as we head that way, and then from 42nd to, you know, kind of the edge of the track, if you will. I don't know, your thoughts. You and Tony have been grappling with this for
Years.
just a couple of years.
Yeah, I think that, I think what we've found at the high school, and it'll be interesting to see how this proves out this summer, but I think what we found is that there is adequate space within the confines of the existing footprint to address what we need to address. Now, I could be surprised this summer, but we did find that there was additional space to recapture and opportunities to repurpose. I agree with you. There is a larger master plan of the campus to look at some point about field use and parking and you know, just like we're talking about elementaries, we certainly could include a master planning of the super block in a block.
I just don't wanna, you know, I mean, I'm just very, very cognizant of putting good money after, you know, bad. And if it's 20 years down the road, then, you know, that's okay, but just making sure that we're not duplicating resources.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, you don't have to have any, but.
No, Fred, I mean, I'm fascinated by the topic, I guess, because, and just hearing about some of the ideas, that have been tossed out. It was interesting to hear students' perspective, and many of them started with parking or started with these ideas and then continuing to put these things aside as they start to think about what is right for our school now and what really, how we can become laser focused and prioritize the work. And so you actually saw, which was a popular student interest for a while, but they actually started to put away parking and start to reemphasize things that were more learning based. And I love that our kids, while fantastic in many ways, right away they were to say, okay, so does this really help our school learn and grow right now and for the next 10 years? And they started to answer those questions as no, and they were able to reprioritize our work. And I thought that was powerful to hear, because the popular thing for students on a group is to say, well, we need more soda machines, we need to have double prom, we need to have like this, that, and the other. And that actually was not what came from our student leaders too. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the conversation along the way. I want to keep getting you the content that like lets you dig in, like Deborah just did. So again, just to continue walking through the steps of our process, we did a site walk with the leadership team and heard lots of great things. And we had that focus group with the student senate and themes coming up around belonging, flexibility, access, comfort, and nature. And then, you know, when we met with the parent group, you can see some of those same themes, belonging and community, and then adding into quality, welcoming, and display. How do I see my kids in the school? How do they share themselves with me and my community? And then these were those boards that we left at the school. It was so fun to see they doubled in the comments when we just kind of stepped away and let the kids have at it, as well as with the observation staff input. Like I mentioned, we were actually in spaces with them, allowing them to give us that on the ground feedback, and you know, thoroughly documenting everything we saw through photographs that we are going to be able to touch back on as we go forward. And then here's that survey. You can see again the diversity of groups who chose to show up and share input with us, students, staff, families, the athletics clubs and booster clubs, and lots of great feedback. And you know, within that survey, we asked a lot of questions, but what they ultimately came down around were three ideas. So one was asking around questions around project goals. The second was school culture and community. And the third was program need. Always got to find ways to credit Principal Wold with just being such an important part of how this has all happened and truly to his efforts and being present in all of these spaces, in addition to the work he does as just being a principal, was really great so that he could help us draw these connections and draw these themes through and show his community that he is showing up and is ready to represent them. More work that we did with the GET was around thinking about where do they want to see their school grow and what would it look like to be able to rethink spaces around these themes of belonging and innovation. And then in the third GET, this is where they were working in creating that project vision and guiding principals work. It was awesome to see a room of academics, wordsmith. They were like, oh, we got this, get out of the way. So they were fantastic in getting us to these to these words. And then in the fourth one, the last GET that we did was bringing all these projects to them and asking them to prioritize. And as Nick said, saying, how do you not just, we gave them space to just do their own work, say, you as an individual, how would you prioritize? And then we made them come into a group and we said, now you're gonna have to start to work in a group dynamic and try to come up with consensus. And so, you know, we definitely asked them to tap back to those guiding principles to make sure that they were, you know, staying true to what the project was asking them to do. Sorry, it's not advancing.
Can I switch it over?
It's the end of it. No, it's.
Yeah, I'll switch it over.
Oh, got it for two. All right, so
Well, we will go through what we've learned, which fairly quickly, given time and also that you all have heard all of this. Kind of highlight a few examples, but it'd be a great opportunity to pause along the way if there are clarifying questions around the needs and the projects that I've identified. Becky talked a bit about these ways that we categorize them because we really did not want to start filtering and certainly not eliminating or prioritizing anything through our efforts. But to group them so that they could be more comprehensible as we were working through them. And the first two are really about space needs, like needing more space fundamentally. The third one is about, you know, creating welcoming spaces, making spaces accessible and safe. The third one is really what exists already in the schools that we can maximize and optimize. And the final one is really this qualitative aspect of the spaces within the high school. So those are the grouping around the projects that we have identified based on the needs that are identified. So meeting the program demands, this is, as Becky described, is really about spaces that were not being supported either because of too little space or not the right type of space. And so this really landed a lot in the specialized areas. So whether it be the art, the CCR spaces, athletics, special ed, all of those really, certainly existing currently within the high school, but their spaces being inadequate for them to function.
And just to understand, the color ones are the ones that you are focusing more, that you think that's where the opportunity exists, or?
Yeah, that's where the opportunity has been, where the need has been identified, and so the opportunity exists.
That little one is Crest?
Crest is over here, yes, yeah. And so Crest is specifically around the science room and the greenhouses, outdoor spaces was identified. So some imagery around that, and again, this is about largely expanding the space that is available there. And this begins to step into that idea of why the utilization is so important, because if we're going to grow space and we're not going to necessarily add additions to where can we find space to be able to grow into. This one, even more so, is really about programs that currently exist or needs that exist. And there is not a space that is there to support that. So some of these areas, jumping forward here. We talked a lot about a black box, and the black box, not just to support the drama program, but really about actually freeing up the theater for more uses and creating a more flexible space for both drama but other programs to work in. A lot of discussion at the lower right-hand image is great, around student shared learning areas, spaces outside the classroom that students can gather, and the fact that just about every student in the campus has a free period. Now that's happening in the hallways, it's happening, wherever they can find space, but there aren't really those dedicated spaces for that to occur. And similarly, the teacher spaces, there are some shared teachers' offices, but the improvements of those could, for the functioning of the school. So we move into safe, accessible, and utilize resource spaces. Again, this is about creating spaces that are both welcoming and inclusive, as well as just addressing some fundamental, safety issues, whether that be a vestibule at Crest, whether that be dated safety features within the science rooms, or that being a program that requires a staff member to be in two places during one period. And so clearly supervision of students isn't able to occur well. So all of those really fall to that question of safety and accessibility, in addition to how the circulation, how students are moving throughout the school. We just address that accessibility, stairs and ramps, narrow hallways, and that psychological safety that maybe Commons might portray, and just the fact that Crest students, as well as I'm sure many other high school students, don't feel the Commons to be a very welcoming space. And so how can we rethink those types of spaces? Unlocking those hidden opportunities. A couple of the big ideas there were really about outdoor space and those courtyards that were mentioned, and in the previous presentation about, the courtyards are a wonderful and potential amenity, but it's really hidden and underutilized. And we heard a lot about the use of how could those courtyards be better utilized for both circulation, for student gathering, and just creating better access to that, as well as this idea of this connection between Crest and the main campus, kind of the important ones. The hallways really convey sort of hidden opportunities, really what's going on behind the walls of those hallways, and can that be opened up to more transparency? And finally, this maximizing learning settings is really about that comfort and updating of spaces. And you can see here largely many of the existing teaching spaces, the classrooms, as well as the commons and gym, are identified there. And this has everything to do with the furniture that's currently in there. So, by updating furniture in the exact same space can really create a completely different learning environment, as well as the finishes, which are clearly identified as dated and, really needing to be updated. To spaces like the commons, and thinking about how can seating really create that more welcoming environment in there. To the gym, which is not only used for athletics, but many other functions, how can acoustics and finishes and AV systems and lighting be upgraded? It's also a place where the community is mostly coming to the high school to really have that representative. So in all, Becky said, we could identify 100. It's actually right around 50 different, potential projects that have been identified. This is just by strictly a count, how they break down. These are not apples to apples with regard to size and scope, but just to give you a sense of, about a quarter of them immediately fall into this meeting program demand. So really thinking about expanding existing space, a quarter being around the accessibility and creating more welcoming spaces, and a quarter about really being comfort and addressing kind of qualitative aspects of space. And then the other two sections make up the other quarter of space. That was a very quick overview, and hopefully you all were able to hear it and read the list more carefully in the preview, but happy to answer other questions around the needs before we get to where we're going next.
I will just say that for me, it's a surprise that the Crest is such a small project that they're identified compared to what I see. I see that there's a lot of potential, but it's just a surprise. And that through the presentation on this, that safety, not actually safety, it was something that the community and the students saw as a priority. So it was just an observation of what I'm looking for. So, yeah.
I'm just curious about the student run credit union, like,
Yeah.
every time I saw it, I was like, huh. Cause I mean, is that like something people are done for, like, oh, let's get a credit union in our school, question mark, Mr. Wold?
No, it's there, it's a program that is out in a neighboring school district that has not been brought to our school district. It's just been a conversation that has been had. Nothing's been finalized, nothing's been talked about in that way. In fact, I haven't even viewed the other school that is having this. So yeah, I think that having our students, and there's some state expectations around financial literacy and making it grow those common threads throughout our schools. So that's a lovely piece, but not necessarily a priority in this work.
I just bumped on it every single time and I was like, what's going on?
And we really try not to filter out things, and that will happen through the prioritization, through the looking through the lens of the guiding principles and where does that fall in that.
I'd be really curious to hear about that idea like later at some point, you know. like-
Oh, I think it's cool.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's not. In fact, I actually am really intrigued by it because I do think that there's some applications across many different subject matter. And I think Jen has done a great job of championing a lot of work that's new and cutting edge to our school. So
Yeah.
by no means is it not something that could be a part of our future, but that being a primary focus on when we have safety parameters and other components that really are programmatic right now.
Yeah.
That we need to function. I mean, so that might be something in the future, but I would say from our work within all of these teams, I wouldn't say that that would be a priority because we haven't even. We haven't, yeah.
Thank you. So this where we're going, again, we're gonna start testing over the summer, and we wanted to give you a sense of what this is going to look like. And so to do that, we've put some examples out there, but we're asking for the caveat to be given that these aren't actually proposals that we're making, but they're the type of proposals that we'll be excited to share with you at the end of the summer. And so the things that we'll be thinking about as we consider about how to take these 50 projects and start to bring them together into cohesive kind of packages of work, will be always grounding ourselves in how is this idea serving the guiding principles that the GET has given us. How is it hitting or maybe maximizing the number of needs that this one project or suite of projects could be addressing? How is it, above all, addressing issues of safety and accessibility? Location is going to be a factor. So there's going to be an economy of, if we're touching this space, then let's look around in that general vicinity and what else can we do close by. The condition, not all spaces are at the same condition at the high school. Some are quite new, some haven't been touched in a while, so that'll be a factor. And finally, the cost will be layered into all of this. So those become our filter, and then they come. That's how we will approach these different packages. Again, the reminder to our guiding principles. So if this is that sort of master list of what we're launching from, 3 scenarios we gave you. One is, what if the gym was one idea of how to package or where to start concentrating some improvements. The solid boxes here are kind of the program upgrades that we would be centering around, and then the dash boxes starts to illustrate how we find opportunities to grab a couple more projects maybe while we're in that area. So again, we could be looking at, we're going to expand that athletic training room. We could be reconfiguring gymnastics for vaults, be reconfiguring the locker rooms and the team rooms, and we'll be updating the finishes and lighting and acoustics in the gym. And while we're grabbing all of that, let's also create spaces to showcase student work. And let's also, provide inclusive restrooms in that area, as well as prioritizing that at Crest. And then let's also, in that area, upgrade and replace the mechanical system. And what it does is it starts to show how that work can really be concentrated in one wing of the building. Right. And we see that, we can tie this back to 3 of our 4 guiding principles. And this becomes a potential way to start looking at a package of projects. A second way, just again as an example, is what if we focus instead on the performing arts? And so we start to grab these different needs, like expanding instrument storage, adding a black box, improving the workshop and storage solutions that are behind the theater space, reconfiguring the choir room for flexibility, and shared use, and then, in the theater, improving those acoustics, lighting and seating. And then you can see in the dash boxes, the projects that we can kind of grab while we're in that space. And as we look at it in plan, it's again, an obvious way of saying, how do we just really stay tight to those spaces, and do our work there? We all know this will be an occupied campus. We can't ship your students off site. So we have to consider phasing and just that aspect to all of it. The third, which we, wanted to put out there just to show you, it doesn't always have to be around a program. It also doesn't always have to be just a single location on the campus. But what if instead we consider shared learning? And really this is like how we are looking at spaces that are supporting students and staff more broadly, more globally at the high school, outside of any one particular program or department. And the space, the projects that we're anchoring in this approach would be, to add and reconfigure teachers' offices and support. I get to tap her because she's not here, but Ava spoke so passionately about this from the student's perspective. I can't find my teachers. I don't know where to find them. And when I do need to talk to them, they're usually in a room with 3 other teachers and I'm totally uncomfortable, like bringing my needs to them. So it's really great to see that these needs are being advocated from multiple perspectives. Adding shared learning in small group spaces for student independent work, that hallway photo said it all. Most students have one free period for the day. So that means they don't have a scheduled seat. So they don't have many places to go for that free period. And that need was brought up consistently throughout the outreach. Reconfiguring the commons to provide a welcoming and inclusive environment. Again, another, heard a lot and from multiple perspectives about the difficulty of that commons as a place for students, as well as, the staff members in it. And just, it's physically difficult, but mostly it's emotionally difficult space for them. Improving access to the courtyards and providing those covered gathering spaces and circulation between the wings. I mean, everyone sees the potential there and they just want us to go and get it done. And finally, reconfiguring in Crest, the impact that being able to reconfigure that large classroom and the adjacent offices that would have to that community was really great to see. And so now our bubbles could start to look a little different, as we're, focusing on those courtyards, maybe tapping in and using the opportunity to reclaim, 3 to 5 teaching stations to create those pockets of unscheduled space for that small group and independent work, as well as focusing on those common spaces like the commons at main building or the large classroom at Crest. So with that, thank you so much for the time you've given us, both in watching our video and the feedback today. Any final comments you'd like to give us before our summer work?
I haven't been through a process like this, like as a new board member, so maybe this is, very like run of the mill and I'm just being unduly impressed, but I really love the way that you've used these guiding principles as sort of like, you can really see it clearly reflected in every piece of, everything in the presentation today, everything in the video, like you can really sort of see how that was guiding your work. And I thought the project pairing aspect of it was so creative. And again, maybe I'm just like, ooh, like a novel, but maybe you guys are that creative. But I just thought that was a really interesting way to approach the work and a way of sort of like being consistent and making sure that, like our values as a district and as a school are clearly reflected in what we're trying to accomplish with our taxpayer money. So I was very impressed by that aspect of it particularly.
Thank you so much, Jody. Truly, and all of this is to also set you up for success when you go to talk to your community and say, we need this, and this is why, and this is where we want to go. So again, Fred and Nick have been so helpful in making sure that we are maintaining and we are staying true to the message that is really going to resonate with your community.
I also appreciate that aspect and the project pairing especially makes the the individual items like kind of, it's a very thoughtful way of presenting them. So that it's very clear that you and we aren't just going like, ooh, a new shiny thing, we want to just add this thing, we want to just like get a new X, Y, Z, right? It's like, no, we're really thinking about how it all functions and how the pieces fit together, and if we add this here, we can take away this here, like it's very balanced.
And I think our intent would be to come back at the end of the summer with a series of projects, and so there might be 10, there might be 15. That we have hit all of those boxes and in the need and shown you how they could pair together. And then put a cost to those two, so again, as you're thinking about a bond, you can decide how deep you wanna go. And, you know, kind of what the priorities, how those meet the priorities of all these various groups.
Honestly, like a nation's best student runs credit union would be the best, and like.
Flagship.
I would say that it is very interesting seeing the comparison in middle school, how they're completely different topics. It is my mind is trying to kind of separate them.
Yeah.
And also acknowledge that within this challenge also, there's a lot of environmental requirements that we have to meet to. So we might have to do a lot of renovation related to that might not be easy to do for the average public, but we have to comply with a lot of things that we need to do for those buildings. And love the idea of how maybe recreate the science room to be more efficient and to, I don't know, to rethink out of the box of what could be possible and kind of really utilize our own spaces that will meet the needs of the future, I don't know, whatever comes, but it is exciting. I think it is having boxes.
I would just add that it's been, 90 days since we approved the contracts for both the middle school and the high school. And both teams have just done a wonderful job of using that time to really get a lot of information out of the individual schools. And I think we're really well poised to go into the summer.
I'm super excited to see what you guys come up with after this. I think it's by doing the project pairings in a way, like you didn't do an example of like the robotics one, which, I know they've all.
Juicy.
Yeah, well, it's juicy, and it's also really a place that we have nowhere near hit our potential. Like the athletics has had some attention, fine arts has attention, So I'm just excited to see what, I know that will be one of them. I'm excited to see what you come up with. I think also by doing it in this way, it's but what about me's? Like by being able to see all of the projects and all the things that it's gonna come, are really gonna be able to address those questions, and then really saying, I know cost is gonna come with this a lot. So really, we're gonna have to make some choices, and here are the choices, and we can't do it all, and unless you want to do it all, and then we'll sign the check, right? So, which is fine. I mean, but no, I think this is a really great way that most of us, when we go into our own, we keep using the remodel your home example, because it's what most of us have experience with is, you don't go and just add on a room. You go and look at the needs of the home as a whole holistically, and what makes more sense to move it around, or like, let's address this whole bathroom need at once throughout the whole. Right. So anyways, it makes sense. For those of us that aren't doing it every day.
And I will just echo what you said, and that this is like a long process, and it will take us for the rest of the life of the school. So this is the first stage, and maybe in 50 years, we move quest, we will stay. So we're just expanding our mind that this is kind of the first process of God's mind.
Right. And I feel like we didn't maybe say it, we will be considering how, as we look at these pairings, how does that also, the way that we package them, give you and the community the ability to tune the scale of the project and how deep to go? So how do we think of them as pieces that could maybe be aggregated to say we want to do half or 3/4 or 1/4, and that will also come into play with the phasing aspect of how do you do this while it's occupied and everything. And I think it'll allow us to say, this is our big picture plan of where we're going. It shows us that we're not just thinking about the 3 rooms that'll be touched, but how it sits within the larger vision of the school.
I think that's huge with the phasing of the bonds, and maybe like maybe we'll end up tackling one of these major things, and like the things that we don't have now. along with the middle school, and then we choose the next section that we're gonna do with an elementary school that's gonna be next, so, and really making it much more manageable. Just gonna make another comment, and can't think of what it was, so I'll be listening. Any other questions? Concerns?
Thank you, teams.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for filming the video ahead of time.
Oh,
Yeah. Probably. I'm sure I love how we have them to work. Only, 25 minutes.
It's been great effort.
And then I would say that the things that I think would be most important to people left would be a preview of 1008, so we can talk about plans for next year, and then the part E and F, I have an activity that can go together.
Okay.
And if we don't get as far into it, that's okay, because at least this activity will give enough direction for me to be rolling through July.
Okay.
Yeah.
And G.
So G would be, it could be a quick one of whether or not we want to engage someone else to come in and help us grapple with G, like a peg, or set something up,
Okay.
so more of a discussion item. than
Perfect,
a lot of work.
Okay.
All right. One of the things that we need to start looking at is in 1008P, that's the agenda planning for the whole year. This is kind of that critical document that keeps us on track, makes us make sure we're hitting all of the topics we need to cover by policy, but also making sure that we have all of those different community linkages scheduled, and so that you can start coordinating your plans for the year. We know that Director Martinez has an exciting opportunity with some leadership work this year, and so we'll be thinking about those Thursdays and the start times of meetings. And then Director Tucker, you had mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, but I think it's worth restating just so that we hear it correctly as we're planning forward with Thursday conflicts with your new endeavors,
Yes.
pursuing your PhD.
Yes, so, it looks, I've signed up for classes and it looks like my classes start at, I wrote it down. My classes start at, sorry, on Thursdays at 12:30, which just means that, like on days when we have site visits, which we have 2 of for fall semester, I'll probably just have to peel off a little bit early from the tour, like if we have a site visit till 11:30, I might leave at like 11:15, so that's no biggie. But it does mean that if we're planning a day like this, then it has to be not on a Thursday, and I know traditionally we do them on Thursdays, but I have no classes on Tuesdays, so that's a great day for stuff like that for me. And then there's most other Mondays and Fridays, I'm available in the afternoons, so. So I still have plenty of time available, but if that changes, I'm trying to get into another class, and if I do, my schedule might change by a tiny bit, I'll update you, Michelle.
Great.
I'm
Any
wide
other-
open.
What's that?
I'm wide open.
Great.
I'm in your voice, Karen.
Yeah, but by phone, yeah.
Any other significant time constraints that you see in the future on its calendars? So what we've tried to kind of put out there is thinking, where do we want to put in our OEs? Where do we want to put in our fundamentals? And I think as you continue to do work as a board and we continue to do work around the fundamentals, possibly changing some of those dates, so those can be more flexible as we go along. I know at certain times, some of the EES data isn't in, so you get reports that don't have everything. So we can talk about that more as we go along, but we wanted you to at least have a first look at this as a board today, if there's any glaring things that you're noticing, and then certainly sending you off for July to take a look, because when we come back in August, we want to approve this so that we can then start all the publications to the community and get our agenda set for the year. So let me give you a chance to discuss or provide feedback.
BIP and SIP, what are those?
District improvement plan
Okay.
and school improvement plan. Yes.
So what I propose is that, those of you who have difficult schedules, really go through this and highlight changes and, or highlight conflicts. And then, if you know you have ongoing things like classes, that we, maybe create a calendar of availability for directors. So
That's
that
a
we,
great idea anyway, because if we need to schedule an emergency meeting, if you need to
Right.
schedule an emergency meeting, it's easier to look at that calendar
Exactly.
and to be like, oh, we can do it Tuesday afternoon.
right, and obviously there's gonna be one-offs, but I mean, in terms of the ongoing. So why don't we all, like, if you see something on here that you already know you have a conflict that needs to be changed. You know, almost everything can be moved, so, and especially now, so now is the time to do that, so you two. Go through really carefully, highlight and then notify, I mean, I don't need to know. Just let Fred know if there's specific ones that either need a date shift or a time shift. That can be prepared before August, and then, we can work on a, director availability calendar as well, and that way it could be used when scheduling 2-on-1s and things like that, so.
And if we're doing a director availability calendar, this is an idea that I'm crediting Christina with. But we were thinking of maybe if we could go through and have like these school celebrations and things and sort of have so that we could have an ongoing document where we could say, oh, there's, you know, I'm gonna say like Juneteenth celebration or whatever, who's going? Or there's a jazz concert, who's going, or whatever, so that we know that we can sort of spread the school board members out, and then if there's something where no one's going, we could be like, can someone just go to this?
Especially now
That's a
that
great idea.
most of the board do not have elementary kid.
Yeah.
I think we will focus more on
Yeah.
higher levels, so that way we can,
Make sure not to miss.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Or talk about whether, I mean, yes, and talk about whether or not we want. Like our PAC, or the schools that we go to PAC meetings on. Or those are then like as part of the responsibility expectation to do that as much as possible, or to find someone.
Yeah, except that, I mean, like, that might work for the elementary schools, but like,
Yeah.
like.
Oh, no, I'm not
Like,
suggesting
you know,
like a high school PAC person go to all of that.
Yeah.
But yes, for the elementary schools, yes, that's, I mean, that's one way that we could do it.
Right.
It's fun to see all the different schools, but none of that would preclude people from going to anything they
I
want.
think, is it good? And at the same time, I think it doesn't give the opportunity for the others, like if I'm only looking at add-on facts to actually get to know the others. So having the calendar saying like, okay, I can choose these other events, give me the opportunity to actually.
We do change every year, in terms of,
Yeah, but through the year, it's, I think that it's a way to build the community in a different way. But we can do both, but say like nobody's, kind of signing up, then it's your responsibility because it's your school.
Yeah. I see one clear conflict. Actually, there's a legislative linkage session scheduled for 12:05 from 12 to 1, and I definitely won't be able to attend that. Doesn't mean you have to move the whole thing. I'm just telling you right now, I can't attend that because that's a Thursday. So if it's hard to move, I'll just opt out of it.
has that been, that's the, like, is that a date they proposed?
I don't think we finalized that.
I mean, I see why it was put there, it makes sense to be after the site visit.
But I will say, sorry, just this last word. In the early stages of planning this, that Wednesdays, I am always gonna be unavailable from basically 9:30 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. So just so you don't move that legislative linkage session and go like, oh, I'm on Wednesday afternoon. That's my really, and that's set in stone, that's not changing.
Great.
You say that by the end.
Sure, 9:30 a.m. to 5:30, 5:45 PM.
And I don't think you were
On
in
Wednesdays.
here. We're gonna, work on a board director availability
Oh,
master.
she was here.
Oh, were you here for that? Okay.
I can get it started.
All right.
Should we, well, when we know our availability, should we email it to Michelle, so she can pull it all together? Does that make sense? Someone should tell Dan.
Since we're looking at this super fast, even though we're short on time, WASDA conference is in Spokane this year. And I mentioned to Fred that I prefer I'd love to look at the Davenport, right? Is there a group desire to be going to Spokane?
We already confirmed with Michelle.
Oh,
I'm not sure yet.
For her email. Was there an email on it?
Yeah, she said, Fred said, let Michelle know ASAP if you're going to the Spokane concert conference. And 2 out of the 5 board members have done so.
It was in the board update? I missed that.
Would you care?
I missed it.
But 3 of you are for sure, and I think 2 right now are decided.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
I am going, I just have to leave on Friday.
I have not heard from Director Fuller.
Okay.
But that one, the hotel fills that first.
Yeah, I was planning to go ahead and book rooms.
Thank you.
Just haven't had time.
No. Okay, anything else? Any, issues on proposed linkage topics, not dates?
I'm gonna say I can go to WASDA, but I can't go on it starts Thursday, right? Does it make sense to go if I can only go like Friday and Saturday? Like, if I can fly Friday morning.
Cause like, it used to be pretty robust on Saturday and there was almost nothing this year on Saturday, right? Thursday tends to be the pre-conference stuff, the law and then other trainings. And then, Friday is kind of the main thing. And, who knows how much they're gonna fill it up. Cause like I said, it's usually pretty robust and we all kind of looked at it and was like,
Yeah,
right? Is that,
but Friday's the big day.
Friday's the big day.
So if I flew out Thursday evening,
Yeah.
say.
Oh,
then
yeah.
I can go Friday.
Yeah.
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 Okay, I'll say that I can go.
All right.
The next thing I wanted to start a conversation with you all on is really picking up where you left off, particularly with OE 10. And that was kind of the last big operational expectation that you worked on. Earlier this morning, I sent you a document that just has a bunch of links on it. And so one of the links that will be helpful are the links to some of the fundamentals. What I'd like to do is, I'll have you work in pairs and then I'll have our team also do the same activity. So maybe just staying where you are, Maggie, Ty, and Christina can work together, and Jody and Deborah, is to take a look at our fundamentals, and I'll give you this sheet in a second. Or excuse me, our OE 10, and then do a crosswalk with our fundamentals. So where do our fundamentals show up in OE 10? And the reason I'm having you do this is you started some really important conversations around, are we monitoring the right aspects of OE 10, or do we have other interests now? And where might we already be monitoring it within a fundamental? We're just not remembering that it also shows up in an OE. We've never really done this kind of crosswalk. So it'll be that. And then the other question is, it's one thing to identify that maybe fundamental 1 goes with OE 1, but then I have a question for you of how do you make that visible? In other words, in your mind, what would you like to see, or how would you know as a board member that we might be doing that? And what are some ideas you have? And you may not have any, but you may have some. So for instance, aligning curriculum and base instruction with academic standards that meet or exceed state standards. You might have in your mind of, you know what, it would be more visible for me if we were going to monitor this, if we did this. Well, you might say, I'd actually like to see a presentation from the superintendent and learning services on state standards in general and how have they changed or what does it look like? And it might be in a particular subject area. It might be, where's the next generation science standards today? And you'd want something there. So, it doesn't have to be perfect, but just getting you thinking. I'm gonna have our staff, our team do it as well. And then we'll have a conversation about what we're seeing there. And then this will lead into, okay, then do you want to change what you want us to be bringing forward next year? Or do you want us to leave it the same? And this will spill into August. We won't get everything done.
Right. I want to just take a temperature in terms of availability today, because we're scheduled to be done in a half hour. Does anyone have a hard stop at 2?
I have a hard stop at 3:20.
I do before 3, so.
Yeah, we can go a little bit past this. We just have, Matt and I have a hard stop for a 3 o'clock,
Yes.
so, but we're fairly open before that.
My 3 o'clock is different from your 3 o'clock. It's the audit exit interview that I can't go to. So is anyone interested in jumping in on that? You got it. So we're looking at these and
then trying to determine if number 1 says aligning curriculum and basic structure and whatnot, is there a fundamental that also speaks to that as well? These are just kind of extras there. So just writing down here, if the fundamental correlates.
Okay.
And then what might that look? I didn't have those, although you know what, I can send you the same document I sent that.
the fundamental 2 is missing on this.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
If you go to,
You're making it up.
oh yeah, because we weren't gonna deal with that, but if you go to,
You can do it on the board docs.
yeah, the best bet is either board docs or you can go to the website and go to the board section on fundamental monitoring.
It's for anyone that needs notes under libraries and strategic goals.
Thank you.
And then under fundamentals.
All right. Well, you just didn't know it's on there. Okay. Your website, and look like fundamentals monitoring, it takes you to the board docs.
School. And then you go to. You can go to. They're all right there.
Right.
And you can work in partners unless you want to look.
I don't want to work in front, but I just want to refresh my memory of what.
Yes.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
So. According to us.
She's already on the side. I think that's how right the darn things. Sorry. Yeah. I'm flying through it. People are having this, but it's right. We're just trying. I'm seeing the way. There's. We found out. Is this.
So the fundamentals and the operational aspects and fundamentals of our and goals. And then the operational expectations are what we expect. To see, they're similar in their.
It's fundamental too.
And so we've always kind of monitored them separately. So I think he's looking to what fits together, right? So like if we monitor, like it's like, oh, this is three of these fundamentals. Then why are we not monitoring? Why are we not doing the OE monitoring?
This is necessary.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, so we're, it's like a table, that's like, on one hand, you have the.
Where's the
Like,
one?
the OE.
Okay, yeah.
And then on the other, it's like the other direction is like the fundamentals. So how do the two work? How do the two mesh together? Like,
Okay.
I actually just rewrote the fundamentals.
Okay.
And then I made some notes about whether it's easy to kind of apply this to that.
Yeah, so are you, yeah, okay, so you are applying this to each one of the.
Yeah, each one of the fundamentals, and some of them, I think like the number two is about the highest learning standards, that fits very naturally.
Yeah,
with this, right? So
yeah,
I
that was my
check
first.
But then, and then like foster diversity and equity, right? There's some surveys that we do that kind of get to those things,
Okay,
right? But I don't know about 1, 3, and 4, how you can measure those things.
Right.
Okay, so that's my conclusion is kind of how to measure this.
okay, I think.
You mean measure them objectively.
Like how to measure them objectively in a way that we can like monitor. them. Like. No clue.
Well, we can still monitor subjective, but objective is
Sure.
good too.
Yeah.
I mean, they both have their purpose.
Yeah, but even subjectively, that's I think what this is kind of all about, is like, where does this fit kind of hit the metal, right? You know, so it's sort of like, develop self-awareness, blah, 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 and citizenship. You know, how do you kind of check on that? How do you report on that, you know? And
Without just going to a survey.
without going to a survey and being like, do you feel like you're being, taught to be a good citizen or whatever, it's like, maybe there's things you could look at, like, how many kids are registered to vote? Like what percent of our kids have this registered to vote? Like what, how many kids get involved in community service projects? Something like that.
I got an email yesterday. I don't know, I didn't know the name and it only came to me, I'll forward it on to everyone, but,
And you saw fundamental too as well.
that you not you're talking about a community service requirement. Standards, so you're talking about. Yeah, they're having requirements and things.
A lot of people do.
A lot of people do, a lot of times don't. So I think the decision we used to believe, and I think we didn't, and then we did, and then we didn't, and I think it's, it takes staff time to monitor it.
Yeah.
And to make sure, those who are gonna make it up anyways.
Yeah.
Many do, and then it dilutes the ones that do, because then they say, like, if that's their natural inkling. Like if that's their thing, it takes away by forcing everyone else to do it, like it's the same thing, like if you use boys sports for education, right? The ones who that's their things.
Right. National standards.
Anyways, I don't really know how to answer that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The email saying, I'm sure it's an academic student.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so if this.
Well, I mean, I don't really have comments other than like, it has not come before the board.
Yeah.
And do you?
You
guys have to I try, I mean, that's kind of my
Yeah,
job.
and for the board, but it's also like,
Needs to.
you know, maybe the person would like to make themselves more familiar with the many things that our kids do.
Wanted to.
Right.
It's not like they're.
If they're like
Line
in
out
leadership or,
or-
well, and I wonder, I don't know, I'm honestly not going to do the
So
research.
there's a
to find out how
fundamental
many
too here.
students Submitted for community service forms for like for the recognition.
We'll get to see it.
I don't know, and honestly, it's not that I don't care, it's that
I think we can do better.
I will students to want that opportunity to have it. Yeah, I don't, can't.
Right. Well,
That doesn't mean anything to me.
It's a challenge when you don't get. Who's the data person at all? Sandy.
That's not how I work.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's the next year's teacher.
I do know, like, one of Joey's buddies, one of her main things is,
The teacher.
community service and
To look at how they're.
and she does it naturally, so when she was going to college, I know that, you know, it's often just like, and not that it doesn't matter, but it's so hard to measure,
Right.
is who's making it up, who actually does it.
Right, who's doing it because they care and
Right.
mom made it, just like $5.
Right, or who's doing it because they think it's gonna help you get into college, like, or are they doing it because that's intrinsically who they are?
Right.
So, yeah, it's, like, that really, like, that really.
These aren't really, you know, to this, yeah.
Yeah, and then you don't have enough.
That's fine.
I'm just putting numbers for now, and then we'll.
Yeah. I'm trading it out.
Like, yeah, and you just comparing to that. But no, Joey, I think she had a lot of success, that she was able to make it always clearly and all of her way with his music and all that, but, she, you wouldn't even have to meet her.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the,
And yeah,
sometimes that's.
who are you, like, you could see it based on that involvement and progression.
Yeah. That's how well that students.
Yeah, and that's hard.
Doesn't change what you do.
And you don't know if you're not seeing that story because, right,
But you.
you know, they're very the same thing, or if you're not seeing it because there's no way in their college counselor is like moving into. One of the things we talked about is.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny. Well, he did plenty of stuff too. It's not very. It's not that. You know, two things. You're one. He's so called. Many interests. Say that again? Not alcohol.
To share.
Oh.
Teachers,
Such a naughty boy.
students. Does anyone
Heather and share what we've found or what we noticed about this. Again, the purpose is to start to help you as a board identify, are we bringing you the right information for you to know that our system is making the progress that we need to? So why don't we probably easiest just to go in order on OE 10 subsection 1. Any ties to fundamentals, other OEs, anything that you're noticing, or ways that we can or should be making it visible?
Wait, Heather, did you change the assignment?
Well, I threw that out there because we started noticing all of a sudden OE 9 has a lot of implications to OE 10, and I didn't know.
Give it another half hour. So, before we start talking about that, I did notice that like, and sorry, everyone, like to be so nitpicky, but like, I just noticed that a lot of these items in OE 10, sound a lot alike to like the layperson, like, or even the tired board member who's on hour 5. Like I had to read them multiple times to be like, wait, how is this different from the last one that I just read? And I just wonder whether not today, but at some point in the future, we might want to tighten up the language a little bit and just make it like super clear. So for example, there's a whole stretch where it's like, number 4 is like, ensure that comparable curricular and instructional expectations are applied within departments or grade levels without sacrificing freedom and autonomy. Great, that's clearly different from the next one, which is about making sure that instructional programs are regularly monitored, whatever. But like maybe like a short sentence of a few words to start with, like ensure consistency, period. You know, the superintendent shall blah, 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 and then go into the detail. And then the next one would be like, monitor instructional programs. That's all, just as like a general kind of communications thing. So that's a side thing from
Well, Jamie was pointing out too, that sometimes we're talking about assessments to measure standards. Sometimes we're talking about assessments to measure programs. Sometimes we're talking about assessment to measure students. And what are we doing? And sometimes we talk about meeting or exceeding state standards, and then we start talking about national standards. And so I think perhaps there's some clarity around that would be helpful as we're thinking about it as well. So along that same line, I thought.
Yeah.
And, yeah, and I mean, anything that's meet or exceed state standards, I mean, is there anything that we don't meet or exceed state standards? I mean, it's good to look at that, but I don't think that is really relevant to what our district expects. To be perfectly blunt,
Yeah, we have some subcategories, or what we call subgroups of students who aren't meeting or exceeding standards, as well as other subgroups that we pay close attention to. You saw in the high school improvement plan, and we'll see the results when they do their reflection, but they were really targeting Black African American students in particular with their grades, and they're more that historically it's been more likely that they've been earning C's than other peers across the school. So they've been targeting that, which falls in here, but it's also a little bit. What did you see a fundamental that stood out for OE 10.1?
Yeah, number 2, about like meeting the highest learning standards, setting the highest learning standards.
Yes, yeah, I will, do no doubt.
We also talk in there about teachers' instructional strategies,
Yeah.
which is an OE 9. Not so much a fundamental, but that's where we went and say, well, that also shows up in OE 9. Not that we have to reference that, but just knowing that there is overlap in these two.
Maybe it's not, this is not the time, but I saw how the architects use colors to correlate things. And I see that how the fundamentals will help me correlate and see how or the OE9s and to make a big map and see how the big picture
Together.
will make my own map.
I have a question whether, things like, for example, the number 5, fostering diversity, inclusion and equity, like, are there targets for that? Does that fall under some other OE? Like, I don't know. This seems to be really about academic.
Yeah.
So.
It would be interesting to look at that. I haven't looked at it in great detail on fundamental 5 and how it relates to the other OEs. You know, so.
And also fundamental 3, developing self-awareness, blah, blah, blah. Citizenship, like, again, if you're talking about learning targets, right? Like we have social emotional learning programs, but are there like goals? Do we want everyone to achieve a certain level of like self-awareness or like? Probably not, but is there material that we're hoping to expose every student in our high school to as part of maybe health curriculum? Like, does that fall under here?
I felt it fell under, at least under, like 0.8 with the school improvement plans, like. Yeah, so I think that absolutely like the diversity and inclusiveness is part of that.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think there's an element of OE 10.9 where fundamental 3 shows up as well.
Yeah.
You start talking about emotionally and physically safe school environments and wanting those. You also have a value, which are safe and supportive learning settings of the 4 core values too.
But should there be learning targets for social emotional kind of self-management skills? You know what I mean? Like in a survey, for example, does like, you know, 4 out of 5 of our high school students say that they feel well equipped with skills for handling stress, for example, or strategies for handling stress.
Right. So there are questions in the EES survey and in the Healthy Youth survey that get at that. And so I think you're kind of taking it to the next level, Magatai, and that is, those are those measurement pieces, right? As a board, what would you like to see more of? And is it year by year where you say, you know what, we would like to hear from the system more about the health standards related to social, you know, those. And then there's also social emotional learning standards. There are different components that are also a part of the OSPI standards, all underneath fundamental 2 as well.
I think, I mean, I think that's really an interesting point, and I wonder if we're asking the wrong people, frankly, like, why are we not asking the classroom teachers, especially in elementary school, who are observing these students and watching them hopefully grow and learn, with, you know, our step curriculum, and, you know, we don't, like, I think there's ways to, you know, objectively measure some of that by asking our classroom teachers, and not student specific, but, you know, if you've got 22 students, how many of your students are achieving standard 3 or whatever, more better in terms of standards-based grading, because that's on their report card. So what's your number of students that are achieving that? And then it can be, you know, done by school grade and then district grade level. So it's not like saying, oh, those 3 in so-and-so's classroom. Like, there's ways of doing it so that it remains anonymous. But I mean, I'd be interested in hearing from classroom teachers on their students' abilities in that respect, that I think makes it more objective. I mean, obviously it's a subjective standard, but when we're talking about learning standards, because there are learning standards for those, how are we using them to identify whether or not, I mean, it could be used if we know that we struggle to hit every student. Are we offering our tier 2 and tier 3 supports for PBIS? Should we be looking at a new curriculum rather than the one that we're currently using? And I think it could go, I don't know as much about what they do in health in middle school and high school, but, you know, I mean, I think the same things could be said, you know, I think it could be done across the board.
So let me follow where you're going with this, and instead of continuing to go through which fundamentals match up, because I think you're seeing where fundamentals show up here. They don't all show up in the same way. For at least as long as at least for Donna's superintendency and then my first 2 years, the level 2 has always been done on items 5 and 7. Do you as a board want to continue to do 5 and 7, or would you rather swap some out? And would you rather us focus on a different area in the coming year than those? The history of this goes back, about a decade ago. It used to be a full report on all of these, and our administrators and staff were spending so much time on the reports that it was really getting in the way of them doing their actual jobs. And so that's why it shrunk down to just doing 2 of them. It is a very robust OE to be rolling through all of them, but are there 2 others that you'd rather swap out, or do you want to leave 5 and ditch 7 and do something else?
Why 7? Like, what?
7 at the time was, there was a lot of interest around, were we actually reflecting on our courses, on our programs and services, and actually, I think it was just the board interest of wanting to see how the district was monitoring itself. And then how are we involving people in that process?
And we now have policies that require.
Yeah, I will say that, I think it's important to keep monitoring 5, and I will also channel, and hope he doesn't mind, channel our missing colleague to say, I think Dan would object strongly to dropping monitoring 5. I think it's important that we keep monitoring, as we've been doing, like reassessing and monitoring our instructional programs the way that happened last year with the PE and the health and stuff. So I think that's important to keep it, but 7 does not seem right. It does not seem like a.
Yeah, if you're comfortable that we are involving families, we're involving staff and students, then we can move on from that one.
I wonder if now, since we're in a more of an environment of like stronger communication both ways through from the district and to the community, that 7 is no longer as necessary. I think that would be, like a sort of rallying cry for just listen to us and talk to us. But I don't think we're in that position yet.
I think it might be interesting to look at perhaps item number 2. Utilize curriculum that is flexible and responsive to a constantly changing global reality.
For me, that hit all of our 5 fundamentals, like number 2, like I could see how that's sort of like it could even be sort of maybe a canary in a coal mine for how we're doing.
Because it hits personalized learning, it hits highest learning standards, it hits developing self-awareness, et cetera, analytical critical thinking, diversity.
Yeah, it has diversity, it has global, it's modern world.
That's what jumps out.
Cultural competency.
Yeah.
Christina?
I know, it puts me on the spot because I do agree with that, but I also, for what I have heard a lot from the community, not something that I necessarily think that it would be my first choice, it will be number 1. And it's not necessarily academic, the standards of the state, but it is within those students that see if once they reach their potential, like that they're exceeding, and that we're not maybe telling them as much as their capacity. So I am. Let me rethink. I am brainstorming.
Yep.
You're putting me on the spot. I really have to. There's, as you said, the language is very. I need my map, my core map.
That actually seems more like almost like number 9, which is like part of really 9, which is ensure a positive climate where students are able to attain and maximize their own personal achievement.
Yes.
Maybe it's like,
is like
maybe we need to add to 9 something about like sort of academic achievement as well as personal kind of achievement, you know what I mean? Because right now this reads like it's more about kind of social emotional status, whereas.
10.9.
Yeah.
When I read 9, I thought about belonging and all of the.
Right.
all that stuff, yeah. That says achievement right there.
It says achievement. I like that it's a little broader because there are students that it allows our students to pursue whichever and however many achievements they wish to. Like,
Yeah.
like, and I like that about our
Yeah, and also
district,
like
pushing back on people who like focus solely on academics. There's so much more to a person.
So then maximizing their personal achievement if they're like killing it in radio, but they're getting season AP, whatever, not even taking AP, whatever, like,
Yeah,
that's as valuable. I mean, maybe not for like our, that's as valuable as a student who's
If
like
we're
straight A's and.
gonna interpret it like that, then that's a very strong candidate, I think, to be considered for focusing on that number 9 as well as.
And I will say, and however, I love the idea of two right now that I can go back to it. That's where it took me a lot of time. And
No, I was just gonna say, I think about AI, I'm thinking about AI a lot these days, and like, that's like. I've always thought it was really important to prepare our students to be, you know, good digital citizens and also like savvy digital citizens, and with so much like big stuff just kind of flooding in now. That's where like you would kind of hit it with this category 2, because it's about like being flexible and responding to a changing reality.
Yeah, I like 9 and I, you know, even if the monitoring report hits different subsections, whether it's academic or athletic or leadership, or, you know, basically it's we're monitoring, make sure that the opportunities that our students are looking for are there. Yeah.
And my question will be, when you say you have been monitoring, you say 5 and 7 for how many years, or every year you have changed, or it's been?
No, probably.
It's been at least 7 years since we changed. I'd have to go back before that, but well, it's probably been.
Can we change every year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I
I
don't
do
know
feel
that our
that,
intention was to keep it this way. I think we actually specifically talked about, you know, this can always be changed and this other
We
thing.
should do 2 and then next year do 9.
Okay, well, okay, here's a counter proposal. I know I just made a case for keeping 5, right? But you could interpret 2 as covering a lot of the same area as is in 5, right? Because if you're saying that you want to have the curriculum be flexible and responsive to changing global reality, like.
Keep in mind, I would love to see us dive deeper into the OEs that, we already monitor all the fundamentals every year.
Right.
And there's level 2s for all of them, they're all are part, right?
Yeah.
So do we really need to do 5 when we already do level 2 for fundamental 1 and 2? And that's the deep dive. So why do we need to do that as part of OE 9? When we're already doing it as part of fundamental 1 and 2? And then there's another part of, you know, I mean, are there other things that we want to dive deep on rather than being redundant? Like, I just, you know, I know people think I'm the non-academic one. I want to make sure that we, you know, we value the whole child and we're raising our kids to be successful, and that isn't what grade do they get or how many years ahead in reading they are. Like, that's not the definition of where we're trying to achieve. So are we monitoring holistically, or are we just monitoring for?
Well, it
One thing.
doesn't mean we're not doing these.
Well, that's
other
what I mean,
Right,
is I want to
yeah.
make sure that we're holistically monitoring
Yeah.
and not just monitoring based on academic rigor.
Right, but I'm saying it doesn't mean that we're not gonna keep monitoring the instructional programs, blah, 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 like what's inside of her.
We have plenty of those still going.
Yeah, that's all in process, so.
Yeah, no, we have, and that's also in our policy, that's 2020 and 2090 also
Yeah.
keep us on track for that. So we have other things that we're covering.
And that's the purpose of STLA. Is that reporting.
Yep.
Teacher.
Okay, yeah.
Learning advisory, superintendent's teaching and learning advisory.
yes.
That's the purpose of it, and frankly, I mean, I had the privilege of serving on it this year. I think, you know, it might be one of those committees that we want to have more than one director on. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's vitally important to hear from our staff in terms of curriculum. It's really important.
In that case, I like 2 and 9.
And just, also understanding the process, so like if we, for example, if we switch to 209, so how many years do you recommend like having this to build on, like 2 years, or it's a 1 year and then we can switch and, or, I don't know. just-
What might be helpful if you switch to 2 is to say, okay. We want, it would be highly, challenging to bring elements from all of the content, all of the levels. So you may say, you know what, we want to do 2 for 3 years, and we're most interested in, speech language pathology, materials or whatnot, and chemistry. Or, I'm just throwing things out, like, there are elements within this that you may want to be more interested in than others. You've talked about several of them, either in 2-on-1 meetings with me, and or at the board table, where you said, we'd love to know more about, how does, how does our PE, curriculum interface with whatever else, or health or whatnot. So it would be helpful, I think, for all of us to know within 2, in year 1, you're most interested in boom, boom, boom. And then you could say, and then the following year, we'd like to see more of this, and then you might be ready to move on. Or you might say, we just want to see an overview of the middle school underneath 2. So there's lots of ways to cut this and to do it.
And being such a broad and abstract, kind of number, it is a tough one to ask that for the school district to give us a full report into.
Yeah, it's massive.
It was overwhelming just for me to imagine that.
So the things that pop to my mind, sorry, go ahead.
No.
I was just gonna say that, and I realize even just this is too much, but the things that pop to my mind are things that are related to changes in technology, so like AI, and the environment, I know we have this cluster of classes now at the high school related to kind of, marine science, environmental science, and so forth. Just this is gonna be a very hot summer with a lot of negative consequences in a lot of places, and I think it's gonna kind of be on people's mind next year. And then also, we got that email from a recent graduate about our math curriculum and, needing maybe more advanced math possibilities for students who are kind of like on that track. That's about kind of, a changing global reality too, right? Like math and computer science, kind of, are we providing the opportunities or making possible for kids to go out and find the opportunities that they need to get those materials covered? Those are the 3 things that pop into my mind, but I realize that's a big bunch of bites to chew.
Yeah, I mean, we, Jamie and I were on a email thread talking about math and some of the students who have accelerated at different rates, and now how well did they actually do? We haven't really had our math pathways going for that long, but we now have some data that we're starting to collect that we're starting to reflect on. And so it could be, some of those components too, technology and climate and math could be a focus, and it could be from wherever that is. Sure.
I think really, also maybe like some social or political things just pulled into it more too. I mean, you just think about like the sort of north-south and the sort of traditional political science view of like north-south issues that are happening right now with the climate change and with the global, inequality and stuff. And just, I'm not sure that that's front of mind for every Mercer Island family, but I think it's something that people will address at least when they get out of our school system and into colleges. I mean, and I'm not thinking that we need to like hit all 18 of these points when you report.
Yep.
But I mean, I really like the way a few meetings ago when one of the schools presented like a program and they're like, and this is sort of like, this is the Schenectady of the objective, like, like this program sums up exactly what we're trying to learn at this whole fundamental, and it's one aspect. And next year it'll be, academics. Like this year, it's, are we equipped to
live amongst the poor in a ever increasingly hot world, and next year it'll be, did we learn AP math?
Yep.
And they both hit the same fundamental, so like, stir it up.
And I think what this helps us with too, is as we're thinking about the fundamental reports, being more intentional for you and this is all, remember, this is fundamental 4, but this is also OE blank and blank.
Right.
And so you'll
Yeah.
be able to see that. And
Yeah.
so we'll try to create more, a crosswalk there. So when then we come with the OE 10 report, we're also remember, we already covered these. Now here's another aspect of it.
And it's good because it's almost like a little mini update on that fundamental.
Yeah.
Right, at the same time, like the cross projects for the architects, right? Like
Right.
Yeah, whatever they're calling pairings or the pairings, yeah, there you go.
So am I hearing 2 and 9 is what you'd like to change for level 2?
Just making sure that we're okay dropping 5.
Right, like, can we just fix it up a little bit? And then if we don't like it, we can go back.
Yeah, a year from now, you can go back.
Yeah. What do you think?
I'm deferring as the least of the longevity on board. Honestly,
Yeah.
okay.
I think it'd be really interesting, yeah, to look at something different.
I
And then
think,
like,
I mean, not really in relation to what you're saying, sort of in a different focus, like again, what we were just presented in terms of like the programmatic, what do they call it, the project pairings. Instead of like picking it by fundamental, do we want to pick it by interest? And, modify the math curriculum and the language arts curriculum or the reading curriculum in elementary school. And then, so next year, do we want to be diving deeper into how is that going? And, or, like the different types of reviews that are being done, like, do we want to do it more in a topic basis rather than a number of OE basis? Like the sustainability and environmental pathway. Do we want to look at what we're doing and what our students are engaged in as a result of that? Another year, it could be the DECA program in terms of the business opportunities. Another year, it could be performing and visual arts, whether it's all the, all of the arts. And, do we want to do it in a way where it's program based and then we can dive deep on different things? I realize it can be kind of a long time before you get through all of that, but we kind of do that anyways. And I feel a little bit like we kind of review the same things over and over again when we do it by OE. I just thought of this, or I would have said it sooner in the conversation. But do we want to do it by topic instead of OE?
If you did, what we would do, I would imagine, we'd have to chat about this, but a possibility is then we can bring to you, we would do the crosswalk for you to say, here's how, and here's how our climate, here are the different ways in which we're addressing climate and climate change. And then here are these courses or these opportunities. Here's how they meet the 5 fundamentals. Here's where they fit into OEs. And so it would be less about trying to monitor fundamental at a time, but we would rather be bringing you an aspect of a slice of the district of how does that.
Yeah, and we could do it, like, if we took away the way that we do it now and have these monitoring reports, the monitoring reports are based on topic, and so we could hit 2, 3, or 4 of them every year.
You can do them at a time and with it, like.
We could pick some big ones and little ones and lump them together, but, and then also with that, our student organizations, with the green team and what other FFA and HSA, like the student organizations, especially at the high school, but frankly all along, and because green team's everywhere, like what else is happening as a result of the or whatever, like.
Sort of like, the garden club.
Yeah.
So my only question is, does that then impact though our monitoring of you
as a superintendent, because aren't we?
As
dependent
long as
on,
we
like-
hit each one every year, I
Right.
don't
It's
think.
just shifting a little bit how you're.
But don't we have to like find you like in compliance, not in compliance?
Yeah, we can still do that.
Yeah.
But we could also, kind of do the reports all year.
Yeah,
And then at the end of the school year, or whether it's November, December, like whatever makes sense as far as
Yeah.
contract wise, it's January, so maybe every
Yeah.
December.
Yeah.
We then go back and look, and that also matches up board terms, board director terms, because it's so weird that our new board directors are monitoring.
Yeah.
And talking about compliance and things they've never voted on, which has always been weird to me for everybody. I don't know, this just makes sense.
Yeah. No, I like the idea as far as like as far as like hearing the reports, but I would rather keep it so that we're still like monitoring for compliance, like on a more regular basis, so that it doesn't all go to the end of the year. Because it's when you come in as a new board member, it's helpful to be like, well, okay, the previous board found, the superintendent in compliance, like at these, across an entire year. I'll just jump on board with that and like sign this letter. Like if you were just coming in from nowhere and then it was like, okay, now you have to decide if the superintendent was.
No, it's decided in December before, at the end of the term.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, structured in a way so that it makes sense, so that the board that is determining compliance.
Yeah.
Has participated in all of the reviews. And I think that, like for me, I think by lumping it again, this just kind of hit me after everything today.
Yeah,
And maybe I would think about it and it wouldn't make sense.
yeah,
The monitoring's never been a meaningful process for me, like.
yeah, right.
When, and I also don't feel like we are learning that. I think there's been, in hearing this current board's interest, people want to dive much deeper into our curriculum and program opportunities and have an understanding. What are our health standards? How are students learning about consent? How are they learning sex ed? Like, what are they learning in class? And if we get a full report as one of our, 5 reports of the year on health education, K through 12, that gives us the opportunity to dive deeper in terms of, and again, it's this kind of journey that I'm now in the place of like reflecting on, it's our journey from K through 12. Here's the topic. And if we can do 5 or 6 or 7 a year, some bigger than others, don't worry, I recognize that, but some bigger than others, then, it does make a whole lot more sense to me that we're really focusing on our journey rather than a moment in time. And to me, I don't know, this just seems to make sense for me right now, but again, I'm
I'm
on board
board with this whole idea, except for this idea of doing all the kind of monitoring at one point in the year, because I think it just gives an individual board member too much ability to be like, I didn't really like how he did that thing 6 months ago.
I think there's ways that it could be to me, that's something that could be problem solved, like if there's a shift. So like, there's different ways we could do that. We could wait till December and do everything. And again, it's just the fundamentals.
Right.
But we also, at the end of every topic,
Yeah,
we can say, here's how fundamental 1 was addressed,
Right.
here's how 2, 3, 4, is it in compliance of
Yes.
those specific things?
Yes.
And then at the end, say, here's our sub
Yes.
findings.
that would be great.
And then, so,
Right.
yeah, to me, that's
That makes
that's
much more comfortable.
that's a concern that can be
Yeah.
addressed with how do we set that?
Yeah, no, I like that.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I really like that. I'm very much a topic-based person when we're kind of like when I was watching the overview presentation last week, I was actually saying to Fred, I was like, it didn't make sense to me. Like it's this random, it felt very much to me like it's these random, like hypothetical, wishy-washy feelings.
Mhm.
I'm all into feelings,
Yeah.
because that's what matters,
Yeah.
but lump it to me, like, here's what our robotic students are need.
Yeah.
Here's what our fine arts, performing arts students need, here's
Yeah.
what our visual arts students need, and
Yeah.
lump it that way, rather than like these grand ideas. To me, I'm much more. I don't know that transactional is the right word, but very, yeah, I mean, yeah.
So
all of that being said, I think we're still interested in these topics that we were just talking about. So I think like maybe if we want to try that approach, that gives you something specific that we could start it with.
I think if we did it though, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think 5 and 7 are. We have a tremendous amount of monitoring and deep dive into those issues that I would love to see us do other things.
Yeah.
But I think if doing it like a program or project direction to include the fundamentals in that, because otherwise it doesn't free up a ton of time to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Like, if we're gonna do it, I would say, let's try and do it. Or do we want to spend this year talking about restructuring? And then, unless it just makes
I
perfect sense to
think
you.
trying it out on one OE
Yeah.
with this makes sense.
Yeah.
That's doable, especially because of all the conversations that you've had about interests that you have about the system. We can tie it back to fundamentals. We'll spend July kind of talking about what this could look like. Keep in mind that, every meeting, that's why we do partial governance, is that's when you are monitoring throughout the year. So, here was an OE 10, here was an OE 9, here was a fundamental 5 piece on the post monitoring, here's an OE 7 on financial administration. So aspects of all your OEs get monitored, and that's why we match every single agenda item always goes back to one of the OEs. So that you're constantly seeing that all the OEs are in play, it's just how it goes. It's only when we get to the full governance when you see this. But what I've seen and I hear in this conversation supported is that full governance might be kind of hollow with the way that we're doing it. And a more interactive and maybe authentic way is if we identify up front, what are the aspects of the system that you want to see emphasized more, then we can bring it to you. We'll map it to the OEs and the fundamentals along the way, and we'll figure out what are the right times. The part for you is you'll have to tell us what are you interested in?
And then, what are we giving up?
And
If anything, I mean, it could just be a restructure and we're really not giving it up. It's just given to us in a different way.
I also wonder if this could be somehow, not weaponized, but like, if a board member is like, well, I'm super fundamentally interested in hearing about how, like, I'm looking at this agenda, like the high cap program is reflected throughout the entire 12 years of our school experience, and let's do a deep dive and focus on that. And I mean, I'm not sure that program needs much more attention, but also like, then that sucks up one of our like topic reports.
The whole board getting to, other people would have to agree with that.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, I actually, we've modified it enough that I've actually been asking for an update on where are we with the changes that we made and the code 32 and 33. And where are we? Like, we're a couple years in, are students getting the services they need?
But is that something that would fall under this umbrella, or were we thinking more of like, I don't know, cultural competency in the school, and how does that flow through all of them? I mean, I was thinking more of not like a specific program, but more of a topic. When we were talking about like, like the environment, or we were talking about like.
Well, high cap, I mean,
Like our aunt,
cultural
I'm talking
competence is
our
way
aunt,
too,
like
what?
aunt, maybe not instead of, but like, well, it's,
I mean,
we were
it could be special services is the topic, right? And we're looking at, I mean, that would be a huge.
But when we were talking like just before about like how, things that we'd be interested in sort of seeing, see the umbrella, a lot of fundamentals and always under them, it wasn't so much like the specific program as much as like, students are achieving their best through rigor or through like being able to like really go flat out in thought and band or, theater or whatever, like, sort of more of a, not a specific, like, is our theater program meeting our students' needs to really super achieve in that area, but more like, what does achievement look like when it's not strictly, what does achievement look like in our schools?
Well, that's why I think we need to look at the areas as a whole. And I would never say that we should just look at theater. I would say that we look at the arts.
Right.
And I know that there's really different ones, but I think that's way too limited, just like we look at, and we look at the arts and we look at it from a K through 12 perspective. And what is the journey that allows our students to be on, and what are the opportunities that are provided if they want them? Just like then you look at whether we do it in an environmental or we do it just a whole science exploration. I mean, that would
Maybe there's like a theme. For, and this, I'm just, as Christina says, that when we, brainstorming. But like, maybe there's like a theme, and the theme is like. Whatever the fundamentalism, like, students doing their best, right? Whatever that means.
How is that different from what we're doing?
So, but.
Because I don't understand.
But, so there's a theme, and the theme is like, our students are like achieving like their maximum potential, whatever the wording is. And then, maybe the reviews that year under that theme are the arts program, or academic rigor, or, or the high tech program under that umbrella kind of theme for the year.
So can I just jump in to say, I think the question that Jody is maybe asking is like, how do like reviews of the whole program fit into what Deborah's been talking about? Cause like, for example, we got a very thorough report on like how the math pathways were configured, right? Like, would that be part of this, or is that a separate process, like to hear about a big curriculum review?
It will depend on how large you're talking, and also we'll have to help shape, because we may be in process on something. And it does not make any sense for us to bring it to you until the following year, so we would have to help pace that. So for instance, if you wanted to learn more about what we're doing around, climate, let's go back to the climate piece and what's happening there, we can provide you the what. And then we can all talk about the so what, and then now what do we want to do? So it's less about saying, yes, you're doing it well or not. It's how well are we doing? And is that a new priority for us to work on? Because we also have to be careful at this table, because what we prioritize becomes a priority. And we want to make sure that what we're working on makes a lot of sense. So you get your school improvement plans from the schools, because they're saying, hey, based on student data, we know we need to be working on this. So you're more at that policy level to say, we would like to learn more about, whatever this might be, it's really a learning journey for you to learn about the system, and then you can set some goals. But I feel like you're in a place right now as a board, you're hungry for information. You're in a learning moment right now. What do you want to learn more about? Then you can set your objectives to say, what does that look like?
Part of what I like about this proposal is that it is very much something that will communicate well to the public and help educate like parents and the community about what's going on in our schools. Because often when I have like one-on-one conversations with people, they go, gosh, I wish there was blank. And I'm like, we're totally doing that. We have like a whole thing for that. Like there's hundreds of kids involved, and they're like, oh, I didn't know that, right? And so kind of what's neat about that versus the way we've been doing it is before what we've been doing until now, it feels very like rigid, right? It's like, we are reviewing these things, with this lens, and do they meet this? Yes, no. And so hearing more organically about things, I think will be great.
And it's great that they always meet the goal.
Right.
But to me, that makes
not that much
information.
Yeah.
I mean, great, now what, right?
Yeah, we wind the conversation back to where we were like, we've heard from 5 and 7 for many years now.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear from 2 and 9. But could that look differently, maybe?
Yeah.
Could that just look different and not get so like fundamentally blue skying into like my crazy ideas of like how we could make a vibe for the year?
And for me, I'm not sure I'm fully understanding your thoughts yet, so we can talk more about it, but to me, it's just in terms of it would still be monitoring the fundamentals and the OEs. It would just be in the kind of by topic. So, say we're looking at math curriculum and student success in math, and it allows us to do it. This, like what Maggie Ty was saying, is, I feel like one of the things that's happening in our system that we've been struggling with, like, how do we answer this and alleviate concerns. Like our seniors are thriving and going on to phenomenal places. But then we've got our second grade parents who are saying, my student isn't getting challenged. It's like, where is the disconnect between the elementary school parents of feeling like their students aren't getting enough rigor, and then the high school parents who are like, my student's doing awesome, they're achieving, they're getting the rigor that they need in the areas that they wanted, or whatever, at least they have the opportunity to, right? So when we are looking at, like, we're responsible for a system, and if we're like looking at a piecemeal, how are we measuring the system? And I feel like that's what we should be measuring. And you know, when especially younger parents, just because the lack of, they haven't had as many opportunities yet to see what their students are doing, they're saying, yeah, but what about this? It's like, when we're looking at the whole system, okay, great, you got that in third grade, you're gonna get this that you're asking about in sixth grade. So you need to recognize, like, it's a continuum, right? And we can't say like we're succeeding or failing based on what you haven't even been exposed to yet. So I don't know, I would just love to rethink this. But we do look at all the fundamentals within each topic area. Some might apply more than others in different things. Like academic rigor is gonna apply more in a math review than it is in a performing arts review, just like creativity and personalized learning, you know, it's gonna shift in terms of which we focus, like which is of most importance to that specific review. But I think as we get through, and then I mean, you hear the things that board directors are asking about and wanting to learn more of. I think, you know, I would be very comfortable not setting the schedule of the topics, but allowing our admin team and learning services to set the topics based on what makes sense of where you are in those reviews. And, you know, and certainly providing that feedback of the interests. But we don't always know the best way and exactly what you're working on behind the scenes.
Right.
You know, I love coming into board meetings when I was for one-on-ones or two-on-ones when I was first on the board. It's like, oh, what about this and this and this? Like, we're on it. Okay. You know, and learning that, and you know, they're usually 6 steps ahead of us. And so, you know, but hearing as these things come up, that's a hugely important part of the monitoring is, well, what is happening with consent? What is happening with sex ed? What is happening with PE? Like, how are our students achieving those things? What is happening with the Code 32? Is that successful? Are our kids more, are we identifying our students with dyslexia as we have our Code 32 and our special services, like all of that? Anyways.
What are you hearing, team?
Sorry.
I think there's lots of ways that we could report out. I think the challenge is gonna be narrowing down what it is that you really wanna know. Because in the absence of knowing what you're really interested in, schools and our team prepares for everything. And that's, then I would say that, you know, it's not high level. It's not, people are just trying to get it done, like get something in, you know, versus being able to spend the time to really deep dive into it and share. And so I would say, the more you can solidify what it is you're really looking for, the better the reporting will be, and perhaps we'll get you more of what you're actually looking for, not us trying to throw noodles on a wall to see what sticks.
I wonder if we do some sort of pre-reporting interest survey.
That's great.
That we either do as a group or individually, and probably individually makes more sense, but.
Or no, but like if there's a topic that's coming up, you guys could be like, hey, you could hear about A, B, or C, but not all 3 of them. And then they survey us. And
Well, that's where that's where maybe a hybrid of what everyone's saying here is, if you tell us today, we think 2 and 9 is what we'd like to learn, you know, where we want you to emphasize. We can then put our heads together between now and August 8th and figure out what are some opportunities where we see that we're already working on some things, and we'd love to give you a quick overview in September and then come back to you in May with how are we doing, or here's some things we've worked on, we measured them. And is this what you feel like is there. I mean, we can, if you tell us 2 and 9, then we can probably come back in a more meaningful way and provide you with that pre-reporting opportunity to say, yeah,
Yeah.
we'd like to learn more.
I think there's just kind of a consensus.
Yeah, I know this year we've hit up against a lot of concern that board directors aren't getting the information they're looking for. And so really kind of figuring out.
So are we saying 2 and 9?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's
With this potentially new format and new focus?
And can we say it is like different, like step 1, let's do 2 and 9 instead of 5 and 7.
Yeah.
And step 2, does it work for the purposes of your like workload, mental health? Effectiveness in reporting, to try a different format of maybe like a thematic deep dive or like, a K through 12 sort of theme or, pathway instead of maybe how we've traditionally done it. And if that doesn't work, then maybe let's just try to, feel free to be like, actually, this is going to like really make an enormous amount of work for something that you guys were blue skying in the last hour of a 6-hour meeting. Or, yeah, this could be an interesting way to look at data. But let's start with like, we've had several years of data on 5 and 7, and let's try 2 for 9 now, because maybe there's something that's more interesting in this present day.
And so I went back to our calendar for next year, and OE10 doesn't come up till May.
Which is why, if we know that it's 2 and 9, then as we're bringing you fundamentals, we're also tying it back to your OEs.
Yeah.
Or vice versa, so that it's more of a living document about what's happening. And if we do narrow in on some programs, you'll get it in, it doesn't have to all be at one 4-hour big presentation. These can be smaller presentations along the way that lead to the final chapter.
That seems very, sorry, go ahead.
No, and as I'm looking at, because I'm deep diving into the fundamentals, 2 and 9 seem to align with 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3,
Fundamentals, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, 2 and 9 seem to align to fundamentals, 3, 4, and 5, the most. Yeah, so then the wondering is.
I see fundamental 1 too.
Yeah.
I will say that, you're right, when I wrote the numbers, 9 and.
I can make a case for
2 does not
just trying to figure out the ones that like I thought were the most tight.
Sorry, say again?
Number 2 and number 9.
Yes.
When I wrote my initial assessment, did not brought fundamental 2 into the mix.
Correct.
So I think that is also important to, if we have the numbers to balance fundamental within. Does it make sense?
Yeah, except that what we've been getting reports on is like only 2, basically. So, I would make a strong case, Sue Ann, for like number 1 being involved in both as well, because the curriculum that is flexible and responsive to changing reality, that's somewhat about personalized learning to some extent, or like different methods of learning. And then number 9, a positive climate where students are able to maximize their own achievement. Like, again, that's kind of about personalized learning too.
But, I think that is interesting, because I was just thinking that the first definition, if I read it, I probably can see 1 and 2, but what if I read the interpretation, then it doesn't. So which is, I don't know.
It's a whole nother.
Okay.
Alright.
But if I have to read the interpretation, then you cannot see fundamental 2, but if I don't read the interpretation, absolutely, fundamental 2 is there. So, does it make sense? But I think it's how I interpret.
So we have talked about a lot of possibilities here, and this is probably not how you expected this conversation to go. So I like, correct me if anyone disagrees, but I feel like Fred and his team should like go off and like take their time and ponder it, and like maybe like come back and tell us what you're thinking. Okay.
I didn't have a script for how I thought it would go. I just know that you as a board are really interested in learning about about the district that you've been elected to govern. And we want to make sure that the work that we're doing is in alignment. We're working as a governance team here. And that, you know, the reports that we bring back, you know, give you the assurance that, yes, this is the district that you see as a parent, you hear from community members, and here's where we all want to get better. So it's really about trying to build more collaboration. So this has been a really helpful conversation for me, as we're thinking about, you know, what's our theme for next year? What's our focus for next year? You know, we're gonna work on belief and components. How does that go together? Because the more that we can integrate all of these, then the more our teachers and our principals and ultimately our students are getting a similar focus, and we can make change. When we try to do everything, we're just not making, we won't make the change that I think we can in certain areas. So this is great.
This is also very much, to me, a continuation of the changes that you've made in the last year or two, Fred, in terms of like how the school improvement plans are presented. Because they're much more kind of organic and being at the whole picture and kind of story-based and student-based, rather than being like a very like rigid kind of, you know, hierarchical, like.
This is what we're doing in scale, right? Well, and I'd like to see your school visits.
Yeah.
You see this stuff when we come, now we know where to go with school visits.
Yeah, right.
And so things can line there. So we're, you know, principals aren't kind of, I mean, they will always want you to see something that they're working on, and that's great. But also, what are we working on as a governance team and as a whole team? So, yeah.
And I will say, I love the idea to see it as a system, K-12, then it really makes sense. So,
Yeah.
Have to monitor it.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm hitting my hard stop.
Motion to adjourn.
What?
Adjourn.
Was there anything else that has to be done today?
Nothing has to be done today. Nothing ever has to be done. Very little has to ever be done.
Okay,
Yeah,
I second the motion to.
all in favor?
Aye.
4-0. Thanks, everybody. Very long, productive.